Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, the hitchhiker you never should have picked up, is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end, if you dare. The first strange thing was the seat belt alarm. It chimed once, then again, bright and polite, as if someone on the passenger side had just settled in without buckling up. Mara glanced over and saw nothing there except her canvas overnight bag tipped against the seat, and a paper cup from a gas station in Zanesville rolling gently in the footwell. The road was empty ahead of her, a black ribbon through the eastern Ohio hills, and for a second she thought the bag had shifted hard enough on the sensor to trigger it. That happens sometimes. Cheap weight distribution. Old Subaru. Explainable. Still, she reached over and shoved the bag to the floor. The chiming stopped. She kept driving. Mara Bell was 32, a woman who had spent most of her adult life becoming the kind of person other people described as reliable before they described as happy. She lived in Columbus, worked in payroll for a mid-sized dental supply company, and was halfway through a 3-hour drive to western Pennsylvania because her younger sister had called that afternoon in tears and said, "Can you just come tomorrow morning instead of Saturday? I know it's stupid. I just really need another adult in the house." Her sister was 6 months into a divorce. Her son was turning 8, and the whole weekend had the feeling of a duct-taped thing being carried carefully from one room to another. Mara had packed after dinner, fed her cat, texted that she was on the road, and left later than she should have. She did a lot of things later than she should have. Decisions, boundaries, sleep. She was good at spreadsheets and bad at refusing people, and those two facts had shaped more of her life than she liked to admit. The Subaru hummed at 68. Not smooth, exactly. There was a soft vibration in the steering column once she got above 65, and the fan made a dry little ticking sound when it was on level 3. Like a fingernail touching plastic at regular intervals. She had the heater going anyway because the night had turned colder than the forecast promised. Late October, kind of damp cold that got into the cuffs of your jeans. Her phone sat in the cup holder with the map glowing pale blue. 49 minutes to the motel she'd booked outside Washington, Pennsylvania. She was going to sleep 6 hours, wake up ugly and stiff, buy a coffee that tasted burned, and get to her sister S by 9. That was the plan. The plan felt solid. The plan felt like something narrow she could walk on. Then the Bluetooth screen on the dash flashed, pairing request. Mara frowned. No. She tapped it away. A second later, the radio hissed, changed from the public station she'd been half listening to, and landed on static. Then an old country song came through, warped and distant, like it was traveling from another county. She stabbed the knob until it went silent. Her phone showed no new device, no call, no anything, just the route and the little arrow of her car inching east through dark. "Great," she muttered. "Love that." She was talking more to stay awake than out of fear. Fear implied a story. This was just a car being old in weather that made everything electrical act touched in the head. At the next exit, she took the ramp mostly because she wanted light. Not even gas yet, just a place with sodium lamps and vending machines, and somebody sweeping a floor under fluorescent bulbs. The service plaza sat low against the road, brick and glass, and bright rectangles cut into the dark. Two semis idled at the far end. A state trooper SUV was parked near the building, with nobody visible inside. A relief moved through her so quickly it annoyed her. She parked under a lamp, killed the engine, and listened. The ticking from under the hood. A truck diesel thrumming somewhere close. The faint slap of a loose sign in the wind. Everything ordinary again. Inside, the coffee smelled burned and fresh at the same time. There was that wet floor cleaner citrus underneath it, and hot dog rollers turning slowly behind the counter. A college-aged cashier with pink hair and tired eyeliner rang up Mara's water, and a pack of peanut butter crackers without looking at her for more than a second. Outside, near the ice machine, a man stood with a duffel at his feet. He wasn't doing anything wrong. That was the problem. If he'd been shouting or pacing or staring directly at people, Mara would have sorted him instantly into a category and moved on. But he just stood there in a dark jacket with his hands in the pockets, looking past the parking lot toward the highway, as if he was waiting for someone who kept almost arriving. When Mara came out with her change in one hand and her water tucked under her arm, he lifted his head. "Hey," he called. His voice wasn't aggressive. It carried because of the open lot and the cold. She kept walking. "Ma'am, sorry. Mara stopped, more from habit than intention. She hated that about herself, the way a polite tone could catch her by the sleeve. The man was maybe 10 feet away. Mid-30s, white, lean in the face, beard grown past neatness into neglect. Not filthy, not movie-ragged. His jeans were clean except for old mud at the cuffs. He had a split at one knuckle, healing badly. His duffel was a dull navy gym bag with a broken shoulder strap tied into a knot. "My phone's dead," he said. "I've been trying to get west for 2 hours. My sister was supposed to meet me here, and I think she got the exit wrong or something. Could I use your phone for one call? I'll put it on speaker if you want." This was the moment, the easy, normal moment where nothing had happened yet, and all the danger, if there was any, still looked rude to assume. Eli Voss was 36 male, and he introduced himself only after Mara hesitated long enough to make the silence noticeable. He said his name the way people do when they're trying to seem less threatening by making themselves specific. "I'm Eli, by the way," he added, with a little nod, as if names were receipts. Up close she could smell cold air on him, damp fabric, and something metallic, maybe old blood from the split knuckle. His eyes looked tired more than wild. The tiredness mattered to Mara because tired people still belonged to the world she understood. She did not hand him her phone. Instead, she said, "What number?" He recited it immediately. That helped him weirdly. Not because liars couldn't memorize numbers, but because it had the feel of a real inconvenience repeated too many times tonight. Mara dialed and put the phone on speaker between them. It rang 4 times, then voicemail. A woman's cheerful recorded voice said, "You've reached Nicole. Leave it." Eli swore softly and stepped back, hands lifting away from his sides. "That's her. Nicole, damn it. You want to leave a message?" He rubbed his mouth. "Yeah. Please." He leaned in, but not too close. "Nick, it's me. I'm at the service plaza off 70, the one before the state line. My phone died. I'm still here. If you get this, just come inside, okay? I'll wait another half hour." He looked at Mara after the beep ended. "Thank you," she nodded. Sure, she should have left then. She knew that. Instead, she stood with her keys between her fingers, not in a self-defense way exactly, more in a trying to finish the interaction way. You headed west? Asked. No, Pennsylvania. Ah, he rocked once on his heels, glanced toward the lot. Sorry, didn't mean to hold you up. The state trooper SUV sat 20 yards away, blank and reassuring. Mara noticed the interior was empty, so no immediate audience to hand responsibility over to. Inside the plaza, the cashier had disappeared into the back. One of the truckers was smoking by the diesel pumps, head down over his phone. You could ask inside, Mara said. Maybe they can charge your phone. Tried, ports busted. He gave a small, embarrassed smile. And I'm out of cash till I get to Wheeling. Specific again. Close enough to be plausible. She told herself that was why she stayed another minute. Not because she hated the look people got when they were asking for help, and already braced for contempt. She had once left her own college roommate waiting outside an ER for almost 40 minutes because she'd silenced her phone during a payroll audit. The roommate had forgiven her. Mara had never really forgiven herself. Since then, there was a particular flavor of request she could not turn away from without feeling mean all the way into her stomach. So your sister's coming from where? Mara asked. St. Clairsville. Well, supposed to be. He huffed a breath through his nose. She's got 3 kids and a man-child husband. I shouldn't have asked in the first place. That made Mara smile despite herself. Yeah. The moment relaxed. Too much, maybe. She took a sip of water. Behind them, the automatic doors sighed open and shut. Somewhere, a vending machine clunked. The wind carried the smell of fryer grease and damp concrete. Then Eli's eyes shifted past her. Is that your car? She turned. The Subaru's interior dome light was on. She was almost certain she'd shut all the doors. It does that sometimes, she said quickly, though she was not at all certain it did. She crossed the lot, suddenly aware of her own footsteps, the hard, brittle sound of gravel under her shoes. The light inside the car made the empty cabin look staged, every object too visible. Charger cable, receipts, one glove on the passenger seat, the jacket she'd meant to use as a pillow at the motel. The rear driver's side door was not fully latched, open by less than an inch. Mara stopped. No one was inside. Of course, no one was inside. Checked anyway, leaning to look through the glass before she touched the handle. Back seat empty. Trunk area full of reusable bags and an emergency blanket and a half case of La Croix sliding around in cardboard. She shut the door firmly. When she turned, Eli was still by the ice machine, keeping his distance. Good sign, her mind offered immediately, too eagerly. Everything okay? He called. Yeah. Her voice came out thinner than she wanted. I must have not closed it all the way. Whined maybe. That also was explainable. She grabbed her overnight bag earlier. Maybe that was the door. Maybe she was tired enough to start building patterns out of cheap electronics and bad weather and one unlocked latch. She got in, locked the doors, and sat without starting the engine. Eli remained where he was. He wasn't waving now. He just looked like someone trying hard not to look desperate. Mara checked the mirrors, checked the back seat again, put the key in the ignition, took it out. Her phone buzzed with a text from her sister, Dana. You still alive? Don't die on a turnpike, or I'll be furious. Mara actually laughed. Then another text came right after. Also, Liam won't sleep. He thinks his dad is gonna show up tomorrow, even though I said no. The laugh disappeared. Dana Pierce was 29, female, Mara's younger sister. And even through text, she had the frantic humor of someone carrying too many fragile things at once. Dana lived outside Canonsburg, Pennsylvania, in a rental house with a sloped driveway, a son who listened from staircases, and the temporary brittle bravery of a person who had recently learned that it'll get better and you can handle it were not the same sentence. Mara could hear her voice perfectly from those two texts alone, joking first, then slipping the real worry underneath. Mara looked back toward the ice machine, the empty trooper SUV, the smoking trucker, the glass doors opening, closing, Eli standing with his duffel, and the patient, humiliating stillness of a man who had already been refused by enough strangers tonight. There were rules. She knew the rules. Women especially knew them in the bone-deep, boring way you know where the exits are in a theater. Don't let a stranger into your car at night. Don't be flattered by politeness. Don't confuse needing help with being safe to help. Those rules existed because people had earned them the ugly way. And yet, Wheeling was on the way, more or less. The interstate was busy enough. She had location sharing on with Dana. There was a state police barracks 20 minutes ahead, probably. She could say no. She absolutely could. But she was already reaching for reasons to say yes, which was how her worst decisions usually started, not with impulse, but with a tidy stack of arguments assembled after the feeling had already chosen. Mara rolled the window down 2 inches. Eli stepped closer, but stopped well outside arm's reach. "I can take you as far as the next bigger exit," she said. "That's it. You sit in the back. And if your sister calls, speaker only." For a second, he just stared, like he hadn't expected the world to bend that way. Then he nodded once. "That's fair." Mara kept her hand on the window switch. Behind him, the trucker flicked his cigarette into the wet dark. The automatic doors sighed open again. Somewhere down on the highway, a horn sounded once, long and low. Mara looked at the rear door she'd had to shut twice, then at the man with the duffel, then at the road east. She had not unlocked the car yet. Mara unlocked the car. The click sounded louder than it should have in the empty lot. She immediately hated the finality of it. Eli hesitated before moving, like he was giving her one last chance to change her mind. And he picked up the navy duffel and walked toward the Subaru, careful, slow, keeping his hands visible. He opened the rear passenger door and paused. "Still okay?" he asked. Mara nodded once. "Back seat," she said. "Seat belt." "Yeah," he slid in. The door shut with a dull thump that echoed strangely inside the car. Mara waited until she heard the belt buckle snap before she started the engine. The dome light went out. The parking lot fell back into shadow. For a moment, nobody spoke. Mara pulled out of the space, turned toward the exit, and rolled past the idling semis and the empty trooper SUV. As she merged back onto Interstate 70, the road opened in front of them like a long, dark tunnel through the hills. Her hands stayed at 10 and 2 on the steering wheel. "Thanks," Eli said from the back seat. His voice had settled into something calmer now. "Really, you're welcome. You said the next bigger exit." "Yeah, that's fine." The highway lights thinned quickly once they left the plaza. Beyond the shoulder, there were only trees and black slopes of land dropping away from the road. A few distant farmhouse lights glowed far off across the hills, steady and quiet. The heater fan ticked. Mara kept glancing at the rearview mirror. Eli had placed the duffel on the floor between his feet. His hands rested on his knees, palms down, like someone trying to look harmless in a police station Waiting room. So, he said after a minute, you heading to Pittsburgh? Close. Work trip, family. Silence again. It wasn't hostile silence, just two strangers trying to find the boundaries of a temporary arrangement. Mara focused on the road and the blue glow of the GPS arrow inching east. Then the Bluetooth chimed. Pairing request. Mara's stomach tightened. What's that? Eli asked. My car being weird, she said quickly. She rejected the request again. The radio flickered on by itself for half a second static, then a burst of that same distant country song she'd heard earlier before cutting out. Eli leaned forward slightly. Electrical stuff, probably. You ever get the battery checked? Last month. That'll do it, he said, settling back again. Mara wasn't sure what that meant, but she nodded anyway. They drove another mile. Then two. Traffic was light. A pickup passed them once and disappeared ahead. A pair of taillights far behind stayed steady in the distance. Mara tried to relax her grip on the steering wheel. Her knuckles were starting to ache. So your sister, Eli said, Nicole, she's still coming. Hope so. You gonna wait? He made a small sound in his throat. Honestly, if she doesn't call in 10 minutes, I might just start walking west. There's another town about 6 miles back. You'd walk on the interstate. Done worse. The way he said it was casual. Not proud. Just factual. Mara pictured him on the shoulder with trucks roaring past in the dark. The image bothered her more than she expected. You could call again from the next exit, she said. Yeah, he shifted in the back seat. The car rocked slightly as his weight moved. You live around here? He asked. No. Where then? Columbus. That's a drive. It's fine. He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, you always pick up hitchhikers. Mara exhaled through her nose. No, first time, pretty much. Well, chuckled softly. I'll try not to make you regret it. She looked at him in the mirror. I'm serious about the next exit, she said. Understood. They drove another few miles before the first real problem appeared. It started with the fuel gauge. Mara noticed it because the needle dipped suddenly, sliding down 1/4 of a tank in less than a second. She blinked. The needle rose again. What the hell? She muttered. What? Eli asked. Nothing. But the gauge moved again. A small jerk downward. Then up, then down farther this time. Mara frowned at it. That thing ever stick? Eli asked, leaning forward slightly. You can see it. Yeah, great. She tapped the plastic over the dashboard with 2 fingers. The needle jumped and settled just above empty. That's not right, she said. You filled up earlier. Yeah. Well, no, I was going to. You didn't get gas at the plaza. I wasn't empty yet. Eli leaned closer. Where's the next station? There should be one at the next exit. How far? Mara glanced at the GPS. 9 miles. Eli whistled quietly. That's cutting it close. It's wrong, Mara said. The gauge is wrong. You sure? She was. The car continued humming along at 68. No sputtering, no warning lights. Just that needle sitting stubbornly just above empty now. Mara felt a slow knot tighten in her chest. Do you have roadside assistance? Eli asked. Yeah, good. They drove in silence for another minute. Then the engine hiccuped. Just once. A small stutter, barely noticeable. But Mara felt it through the steering wheel. Okay, Eli said quietly. That's not great, I noticed. Maybe slow down a little. She eased the car down to 60. The highway stretched out ahead, long and dark. No exit signs yet. Mara checked the rearview mirror again. The pair of headlights behind them had gotten closer. A large vehicle, maybe an SUV. It stayed in the left lane, pacing them without passing. The engine stuttered again. This time longer. Mara's mouth went dry. You're definitely low, Eli said. Thanks. I'm just saying. Yeah, they passed a green sign. Exit 214-6. MILES. Mara did the math automatically. If the gauge was right, they might not make it. If it was wrong, everything was fine. But her brain wouldn't settle on either option. You've got hazard lights if it dies, Eli said. Just drift onto the shoulder. I know, sorry, not trying to backseat drive. It's okay. Headlights behind them drifted closer again. Too close. The SUV pulled into the right lane behind them now, matching their speed exactly. Mara felt the pressure of it like someone standing too close in an elevator. Guy behind us is impatient, Eli said. Yeah, why doesn't he pass? I don't know. The SUV's headlights flashed once. High beams, then off again. Mara tightened her grip on the wheel. Maybe he wants you to move over, Eli suggested. I'm already in the right lane. Oh. The SUV flashed its lights again. Once. Twice. Okay, Mara said under her breath. What is that about? You know him? Eli asked. No, maybe your brake lights are out or something. Both of them, maybe. The engine hiccuped again. Harder this time. The car jerked forward slightly. Okay, Eli said. Yeah, you're definitely out of gas. I shouldn't be. Gauge could have been broken the whole time. That's not helpful. They drove another half-mile. The engine sputtered again. Longer. Mara's heart was pounding now. The SUV behind them flashed its lights again, this time longer. Then it pulled halfway into the left lane like it might pass. Instead, it dropped back again. Why is he doing that? Mara asked. Eli didn't answer right away. Could be trying to tell you something, he said finally. Like what? Flat tire maybe. My car would feel different. Yeah, the engine coughed, then caught again. Mara eased off the gas instinctively. Exit S in 3 miles, she said. You might make it. The SUV behind them honked. A long blast. Mara jumped. Okay, she snapped, looking in the mirror. What do you want? The SUV swerved suddenly into the left lane and accelerated. For a second, Mara thought it was finally passing. Instead, it pulled up beside them. Black vehicle. Older Ford Explorer maybe. Mud splashed across the doors. The driver's window was down. A man leaned slightly toward the passenger side, shouting something. Mara couldn't hear him through the glass. Roll your window down, Eli said. No, the man in the SUV gestured urgently. Big chopping motions with his hand. He pointed toward the back of Mara's car, then toward the road shoulder. Maybe he really is trying to tell you something, Eli said. Mara shook her head. The Explorer slowed slightly, staying beside them. The driver shouted again. Then the SUV suddenly dropped behind them. Hard, Mara checked the mirror. The Explorer was now inches from her bumper. Headlights blazing. What the hell is wrong with him? She said. Maybe pull over, Eli suggested quietly. On the interstate, with some random guy behind me. Better than running out of gas in the middle of the lane. The engine sputtered again. Worse, the car lurched. Mara's pulse roared in her ears. The green exit sign appeared ahead. Exit 214, 1 mile, almost there, she said. The Explorer's horn blasted again. Long. Angry. Then the SUV surged forward. It swung into the left lane and shot past them. For a second, Mara felt relief. Then the Explorer swerved in front of her car and slammed on the brakes. Mara screamed and stomped the pedal. The Subaru skidded, tires shrieking. Loose items flew off the passenger seat. The duffel in the back slid hard against the door. They stopped barely 3 feet from the Explorer's rear bumper. Mara's chest heaved. What the hell? She shouted. The Explorer's driver door flew open. A man climbed out. He was big, broad shoulders, heavy jacket, baseball cap pulled low. He walked toward Mara's car fast. Too fast. Mara locked the doors. "Don't open anything," Eli said. "I'm not." The man reached the driver's window and pounded on the glass. "Hard, roll it down," he shouted. Mara shook her head violently. "Roll it down," he shouted again. "Your damn car's leaking gas." The words hung in the air. Mara's brain struggled to process them. "What?" she whispered. The man pointed behind the Subaru. "Fuel S pouring out of the back of your car. I've been trying to get you to stop for 5 miles. Mara looked at the mirror instinctively. A dark, wet line streaked across the highway behind them. The engine sputtered again, then died. The man leaned closer to the glass. "You need to get out," he said. Now, Mara's hands trembled on the steering wheel. And behind her, in the back seat, Eli Voss went very still. The engine died with a soft, mechanical cough. The dashboard lights stayed on. Everything else went quiet. For a moment, the only sound was the faint rush of traffic from far down the interstate and the ticking of cooling metal under the hood. Mara stared at the man outside her window. He kept pointing toward the back of the car. "Your fuel line's busted," he shouted through the glass. "I've been trying to get you to pull over." She didn't move. The man's breath fogged the window. He knocked again, harder this time, his knuckles dull against the glass. "Ma'am, you're dripping gasoline all over the highway." Behind Mara, Eli spoke quietly. "Look in the mirror." Her eyes flicked upward. The road behind them glistened under the headlights. Not just dark pavement. A long, wet ribbon trailing behind the Subaru, shining faintly under passing headlights. Gasoline. Her stomach dropped. Another car blasted past in the left lane, wind rocking the Subaru on its suspension. The driver swerved slightly to avoid the Explorer blocking the lane ahead. "Hey," Eli said carefully. "Yeah, that's real." The man outside pointed toward the shoulder. "You need to move it off the lane." "It won't start," Mara shouted through the window. The man looked back toward the traffic behind them. Another set of headlights was approaching fast. "Put it in neutral," he yelled. "We'll push it." Mara hesitated. "Don't open the door," she said under her breath. "Not yet," Eli agreed. The approaching car swerved sharply around them, horn blaring. Wind rocked the Subaru again. "Okay," Mara said, voice tight. "Okay." She cracked the window 2 inches. "You said gas is leaking?" she asked. "Yeah, from where?" "Back end somewhere. I smelled it and saw the trail. You've been spilling it for miles." Mara glanced at Eli in the rearview mirror. His face looked different now. Not panicked, not surprised either, just focused. "Could be a ruptured line," he said. "How?" Mara whispered. "Road debris maybe." Outside, the man slapped the hood. "Ma'am, if a spark hits that trail," Mara unlocked the door. Cold air flooded the car the moment she stepped out. The smell hit her immediately, sharp and chemical. Gasoline. The man from the Explorer backed away slightly as she stepped onto the asphalt. Up close he looked mid-40s, thick arms, heavy beard peppered with gray. "Name S. Carl," he said quickly. "Carl Whitaker." Mara nodded automatically. "Mara, good, okay. We need to push it onto the shoulder." Pointed to the right side of the road. The shoulder sloped slightly downward into gravel and weeds before the guardrail. "Put it in neutral," he said. Mara slid back into the driver's seat and shifted the gear. Carl moved to the rear of the Subaru. Eli opened the passenger door and stepped out. For the first time, Mara saw his full height. Taller than she'd thought, lean but strong in the shoulders. "You too," Carl said, gesturing. "Push." Eli nodded. They They braced against the trunk. "Ready," Carl shouted. Mara released the brake. The Subaru rolled slowly forward. Carl and Eli pushed hard, steering the car toward the shoulder. Tires thumped over the rumble strip. Another car blasted past them, horns screaming. "Keep going," Carl yelled. The Subaru rolled into the gravel shoulder and finally stopped beside the guardrail. Mara pulled the handbrake. Carl stepped back immediately. "Everybody away from the car," he said. They moved several yards down the slope toward the grass. Mara looked back. Subaru sat tilted slightly on the shoulder, headlights still on, fuel dripping steadily beneath the rear bumper. "How bad?" she asked. Carl crouched near the back but didn't get too close. "Yeah," he muttered. "That's not good," he pointed. A thin stream of gasoline dripped steadily from the underside near the fuel tank. "Looks like the line's cracked," he said. "Maybe the tank." "Can it explode?" Mara asked. Carl shrugged. "Not just sitting there. But if someone flicks a cigarette out the window." They all looked instinctively toward the interstate. Cars roared past, headlights flashing, wind tugging at their clothes. "Okay," Mara said. "Okay, I have roadside assistance." "Call them," Carl said. She reached for her phone. No signal. 2 gray bars flickered, then vanished. "Of course," she muttered. Carl pulled out his own phone. "Same," he said. Eli shifted his weight beside them. "There's an exit a mile ahead," he said. "Yeah," Carl replied. "But we can't drive it." Silence settled between them. The fuel continued dripping. Tick, tick, tick. Mara felt the cold creeping through her shoes. Carl looked up the highway. "You two got anyone coming?" "My sister S in Pennsylvania," Mara said. "But she's an hour away." Carl scratched his beard. "My truck's got signal back a bit, maybe half-mile behind us." "You drove past it?" Mara asked. "Yeah, I was trying to get you stopped." He pointed back along the shoulder. "If I walk back, I can call a tow." "That's good," Mara said. Carl nodded. "Problem is, we shouldn't leave the car here leaking like this." "Why?" "Because someone's gonna clip it eventually." He gestured toward the road. The shoulder wasn't wide. The Subaru stuck out farther than Mara liked. "If someone drifts over the line," he said. Mara pictured a semi clipping the bumper. The fuel, the sparks. Her stomach twisted. "So what do we do?" she asked. Carl thought. "Push it farther down that slope maybe. Off the road entirely." He pointed toward the grassy embankment beyond the guardrail break about 30 yards ahead. "There's a maintenance gap there." Eli turned to look. The opening in the guardrail was visible under the headlights. A narrow dirt service path sloped downward into the trees. "If we roll it down there," Carl said, "it's not blocking traffic." Mara nodded slowly. "That makes sense." Carl glanced at Eli. "You good to push again?" Eli hesitated, just for a second, then nodded. "Yeah." Climbed back toward the Subaru. The gasoline smell was stronger now. Carl opened the driver's door. "Neutral again," he said. Mara shifted. Carl and Eli took positions behind the car again. "Ready," they shoved. The Subaru rolled slowly along the gravel shoulder. The rumble strip rattled beneath the tires. Cars roared past only feet away. Mara kept one hand on the steering wheel through the open window, guiding the car. 20 feet, 30. The guardrail opening approached. "Turn it," Carl shouted. Mara angled the wheel toward the dirt path. The car rolled off the shoulder and down the slope. Gravel crunched loudly. Then the Subaru settled in the narrow dirt track between trees. Carl yanked the handbrake. "There," he said, breathing hard. "The interstate noise softened slightly down here." Mara stepped out again. The car was hidden from the road now. The dripping fuel continued, but slower. Carl wiped his hands on his jeans. "Okay," he said. "Now I walk back to my truck." "How long?" Mara asked. 10 minutes. He started up the slope toward the highway, then stopped. "Actually," he said, turning back. His eyes moved between Mara and Eli. "You shouldn't stay here alone." The trees around the dirt path rustled in the wind, dark, silent. "Why?" Mara asked. Carl shrugged. "Just middle of nowhere, and you've got gas leaking." He looked at Eli. "You can ride back with me to the truck. Leave her with the car." Eli didn't answer immediately. Mara looked between them. The suggestion made her uneasy. "Or," Carl added, "she can come with me." "That leaves the car," Mara said. Carl nodded. "Yeah," Eli finally spoke. "I'll stay." Carl studied him. "You sure?" "Yeah." Carl looked at Mara. "You good with that?" She hesitated. The quiet down here felt different from the interstate noise above, thicker, heavier. But leaving the car felt wrong too. "I'll stay," she said. Carl nodded. "Okay, I'll be back quick." He started walking up the slope toward the highway. His boots crunched in the gravel. Within seconds, his figure disappeared beyond the guardrail. The roar of traffic returned, then faded again. Silence settled. Mara exhaled slowly. "Well," she said. Eli didn't respond. She turned. He was standing behind the Subaru now, near the rear bumper, looking underneath. "What?" she asked. He didn't answer. Instead, he crouched down slowly. Then he reached under the car. Mara's chest tightened. "What are you doing?" Eli pulled something free from beneath the Subaru. A short rubber hose. Cleanly cut. Gasoline dripped from the end. Mara stared. "That," Eli said quietly, "is your fuel line." Her throat went dry. "How did that?" Eli stood up. He turned the hose in his fingers. Then he looked at the dirt path leading back toward the interstate. Carl had vanished beyond the guardrail. Eli's voice dropped lower. "Because," he said carefully, "that wasn't road damage." He tossed the hose onto the dirt. "That was cut." Mara felt the world tilt. "You're saying, Carl?" Eli shook his head slowly. "No." He looked up toward the highway, where Carl had disappeared. Then he said something that made Mara's stomach collapse completely. "I'm saying," Eli said, "it was already cut before we ever stopped." The cut end of the hose gleamed wet in the headlights. Gasoline dripped steadily from it onto the dirt. Mara couldn't stop staring. That doesn't make sense," she said. Eli wiped his fingers on his jeans and stood up slowly. His expression wasn't alarmed anymore. It was something else now, tight, thoughtful, like he was solving a problem that had been bothering him for a while. "You didn't hit anything tonight?" he asked. "No loud thumps, no potholes. No," the interstate hummed faintly above them. A semi thundered past somewhere out of sight. Eli nudged the hose with the toe of his shoe. "That's a clean cut," he said. "Not road damage." Mara felt a cold tremor move through her chest. "So someone did that," whispered. Eli didn't answer right away. Instead, he walked slowly toward the rear of the car again, crouching near the tank. "What are you looking for?" she asked. "Just thinking." He leaned down farther, peering under the chassis. Thinking about what? About timing. Mara's pulse began to thump in her ears. Timing of what? Eli straightened slowly. When the leak started, he gestured toward the interstate. "Carl said he'd been following you for miles, right?" "Yeah. And you didn't smell gas until we stopped." "That's true. So if the line was cut before you picked me up," he said, "the tank would have emptied way faster." Mara blinked. Her brain lagged a few seconds behind the implication. "So it was cut after?" Eli nodded slightly. "Probably." A sound cracked through the quiet, gravel crunching. Both of them turned instantly toward the slope leading up to the highway. Footsteps. Someone coming down the dirt path. Mara's shoulders relaxed instinctively. "Carl's back," she said, but Eli didn't move. His eyes stayed fixed on the dark slope. Carl Whitaker appeared between the trees a few seconds later, moving down the incline toward them. But he wasn't alone. A second man followed behind him. Mara froze. The newcomer was tall and heavy-set, wearing a dark hoodie with the hood pulled low. His hands were shoved deep in the pockets. Carl raised a hand casually. "Good news," he called out. "Got my buddy up there with a truck." Mara forced a smile. "That was fast." Carl shrugged. "He was parked a bit up the road." The second man said nothing. He kept walking slowly behind Carl, his face shadowed. Eli stepped forward slightly. "Tow truck?" he asked. Carl stopped about 10 feet from them. "Nah," he said easily. "Just a pickup. Tow cable." "Yeah." Carl's eyes flicked briefly to the underside of the Subaru, then to the hose lying in the dirt. His smile faded. "Where'd that come from?" No one answered. Carl's jaw tightened slightly. Eli spoke first. "That's the fuel line." Carl looked from Eli to Mara. "Yeah," he said slowly. "I know what it is." Silence stretched. The second man shifted his weight. Carl's eyes narrowed. "You two messing with the car?" "No," Mara said quickly. Carl studied them both. Then his gaze dropped to the hose again. Something changed in his expression. Not surprise, recognition. He sighed once, almost tired. "Well," he said quietly, "that's unfortunate." Mara felt the hair rise on her arms. "What does that mean?" Carl looked up at her. "Means," he said, "this part just got harder." The second man finally pulled his hands out of his hoodie pockets. He was holding a small crowbar. Mara's stomach dropped. Eli moved immediately. "Stay behind me," he murmured. Carl took a slow step forward. "Look," he said calmly. "Nobody has to get hurt here." "Then leave," Eli said. Carl shook his head. "Can't do that." The crowbar scraped lightly against gravel as the second man adjusted his grip. Mara's mind raced. "Why?" she asked. Carl smiled thinly. "Because your car was supposed to die out on the highway." Her chest tightened. "What?" Carl gestured toward the interstate. "You run out of gas. You pull over. We help." His smile widened slightly. "People are very grateful in situations like that." Eli's voice dropped. "You rob them," Carl shrugged. "Sometimes." Mara's breath came faster now. "You cut the line," she said. Carl nodded. "Easy to do when someone leaves their car unlocked at a gas station." Mara's mind flashed back to the dome light, the rear door not latched. Carl continued calmly. "We follow. Wait for the tank to drain." He nodded toward the road above. "Usually works cleaner than this." His eyes slid briefly toward Eli. "But then you picked him up." The second man shifted again, impatient. Carl sighed. "Two people complicates things." Eli took another small step forward. "So what now?" Carl glanced toward the Subaru. "Now you give us your phones, wallets, keys." His voice hardened slightly. "And we walk away." Mara's hands trembled. "That's it." Carl gave her a tired look. "Lady, you should really hope that's it." The crowbar lifted slightly in the other man's hand. The air felt colder suddenly. Mara's pulse hammered in her throat. Eli leaned closer to her without looking back. "When I move," he whispered, "run toward the trees." "What?" "Just run." Carl took another step forward. "Let's not make this." Eli moved. Fast. He grabbed the cut fuel hose from the ground and hurled it toward Carl's feet. Gasoline splashed across Carl's boots in the dirt. "What the?" Eli lunged forward and slammed his shoulder into Carl's chest. Carl staggered backward with a grunt. The crowbar swung immediately. Eli ducked. The the metal bar slicing through the air inches above his head. "Run," Eli shouted. Mara ran. Branches whipped across her arms as she sprinted down the dirt path into the trees. Behind her, shouting erupted. A heavy thud. Another, someone cursed. Mara didn't stop. Her lungs burned as she crashed through underbrush. The ground sloped downward sharply, loose dirt sliding under her shoes. A sharp crack echoed behind her. Then Eli's voice shouting something she couldn't understand. She stumbled and caught herself against a tree trunk. Her chest heaved. For a moment, she thought about running farther. Just keep going. But something twisted in her stomach. She turned back. The headlights of the Subaru glowed faintly through the trees. Shapes moved in front of them. 2 figures, then 3. Carl's voice barked something. The crowbar flashed again in the light. Mara's hands shook violently. She looked down at the ground near her feet. A rock lay half buried in the dirt. Heavy, she grabbed it. Her legs trembled as she moved back toward the clearing. When she reached the edge of the trees, she saw them clearly. Eli was on one knee. Blood streaked across his forehead. Carl stood over him, breathing hard. The second man raised the crowbar again. "End it," Carl snapped. The crowbar swung down. Mara screamed and hurled the rock. It struck the second man in the side of the head. He staggered sideways, the crowbar slipping from his grip. Eli lunged instantly. He tackled the man to the ground. Carl spun toward Mara. His eyes burned with fury. "You stupid," he charged her. Mara turned to run. Her foot slipped on loose dirt. She fell hard onto her shoulder, pain exploding through her arm. Carl grabbed the back of her jacket and yanked her up. "You just made this worse," he growled. The smell of gasoline hit Mara again, strong. Carl's boots were still soaked from the splash. Behind them, Eli struggled with the second man in the dirt. Carl dragged Mara toward the Subaru. "Let go," she screamed. Carl shoved her against the car door. Her head smacked the metal. Stars burst across her vision. Carl grabbed the crowbar from the ground. "You should have just handed it over," he said. His arm lifted. A sharp crack split the air. Carl froze. For a second, Mara thought the crowbar had hit something behind her. Then Carl looked down. A dark stain spread slowly across his jacket. Eli stood a few feet away, holding a flare. The red emergency flare from Mara's trunk. The burning tip glowed bright in the night. Carl staggered backward. Gasoline dripped from his boots onto the dirt. The flare hissed. Carl's eyes widened in sudden understanding. "Oh," Eli threw it. The flare hit the ground at Carl's feet. Flame exploded instantly. Gasoline ignited with a violent whoop. Carl screamed. Fire raced across the dirt and up his soaked boots in a bright orange flash. He stumbled backward, thrashing wildly. The flames spread fast across the gasoline trail beneath the Subaru. "Move," Eli shouted. He grabbed Mara's arm and dragged her away from the car. They sprinted down the slope as flames crawled across the ground behind them. The second man scrambled to his feet, shouting in panic. Carl's screams turned hoarse. The fire reached the dripping fuel line. A blinding flash erupted. The Subaru exploded with a thunderous boom. The shockwave slammed through the trees. Heat blasted across Mara's back as she and Eli dove behind a fallen log. Metal shrieked. Glass shattered. Then silence. Only the crackle of burning fuel. Mara lay face down in the dirt, ears ringing. Her shoulder throbbed where she'd fallen. Beside her, Eli coughed harshly. For a long time, neither of them moved. Finally, Mara lifted her head. The clearing above glowed orange through the trees. The Subaru burned fiercely. Carl Whitaker lay motionless near the flames. The second man had vanished into the darkness. Mara felt something wet on her face. Blood or tears. She wasn't sure which. Eli sat beside her, breathing hard. "You okay?" he asked. She nodded weakly. Then she looked back toward the fire, her car, her bags. Everything she owned for the trip. Gone. The smell of gasoline and smoke hung heavy in the night. Far away, faint sirens began to wail. But they were still miles away. Mara wrapped her arms around herself and shivered. The danger was over, but the quiet that followed felt heavier than anything that had come before. The first siren was distant enough that Mara thought it might belong to another road entirely. Then a second one joined it. Then a third. She sat on the cold dirt with her back against a tree trunk, staring through the trees at the orange glow where her car had been. The Subaru still burned, though the flames were smaller now, licking up around the warped metal frame. The explosion had blown the rear hatch clear off. It lay twisted near the guardrail, like a piece of scrap metal. Smoke drifted low across the dirt road. The smell of melted plastic and gasoline coated the back of her throat. Eli sat a few feet away, elbows on his knees, breathing slowly like he was trying to teach his lungs a new rhythm. Neither of them had spoken for several minutes. "Those are definitely for us," Mara said finally. Her voice sounded strange to her own ears. Too flat. Eli nodded. "Yeah." Another siren rose, closer now. She pressed her palm against her shoulder. The fall earlier had left it throbbing in deep waves. When she moved her arm, a sharp stab shot through the joint. "Probably dislocated or bruised," Eli said quietly without looking up. "You a doctor?" "No." He lifted his sleeve and wiped dried blood from the cut above his eyebrow. The wound had clotted, but the skin around it was already swelling. "You look worse than me," Mara said. He shrugged. "Been worse." The words hung there awkwardly. The sirens were much closer now. Lights flickered faintly through the trees above the slope. Red and blue strobes painted the branches in quick pulses. Mara's stomach tightened again. "Police," she said. "Yeah," she swallowed. "You think they're going to arrest us?" Eli glanced at her. "For what? I don't know," she said. "The car exploded. Someone's dead." He considered that for a moment. "Self-defense," he said finally. "That's not exactly how it looked. You threw a rock. I saved you." He nodded. "Yeah." The sirens reached the guardrail above them. Car doors slammed. Voices shouted across the highway. Flashlights cut through the darkness as several officers climbed down the slope toward the burning wreckage. "Down here," Eli called. The lights swung toward them. "Stay where you are," a voice shouted. Mara raised her hands automatically. 2 state troopers reached them first, boots sliding on loose dirt. "Are either of you injured?" one asked. "My shoulder," Mara said. "Head wound," the other trooper said, pointing at Eli. "Sit tight." More officers spread through the clearing, scanning the trees with flashlights. One knelt near Carl Whitaker's body, checking for a pulse, even though the outcome was obvious. Another officer circled the burning car cautiously. "What happened here?" the first trooper asked. Mara opened her mouth. Nothing came out. Eli spoke instead. "Attempted robbery," he said. "They cut the fuel line." The trooper's eyes narrowed slightly. "They, 2 men," Eli said. "One ran." Flashlights swept the tree line immediately. "Which direction?" Eli pointed deeper into the woods. "That way." 2 officers disappeared into the darkness. Mara wrapped her arms around herself as the adrenaline finally began to ebb. Her whole body trembled now. An ambulance arrived minutes later. Paramedics checked Eli's head wound first, cleaning the cut and wrapping it in a gauze bandage that made him look oddly lopsided. Mara's shoulder turned out not to be dislocated, just badly bruised and strained. The medic taped it tightly and handed her a small ice pack. "You're lucky," he said. She didn't answer. The investigation took hours. Highway patrol blocked one lane of Interstate 70, while firefighters extinguished what remained of the Subaru. The car was little more than a blackened skeleton by the time the flames died out completely. Detectives arrived from the nearest county office around 2:30 a.m. They asked the same questions in slightly different ways. Where had Mara first met Eli? What exactly had Carl Whitaker said before the attack? When had she last seen the rear door open? Did either of them notice anyone near the car at the service plaza? Mara answered as carefully as she could, though parts of the night already felt blurry and unreal. At one point, she glanced over at Eli while a detective spoke with him. He sat calmly on the tailgate of an ambulance, hands resting loosely between his knees, answering each question without hesitation. There was something unsettling about that calmness. Not suspicious, exactly. Just practiced. The sky began to lighten faintly in the east by the time the tow trucks arrived. Mara sat in the back of a patrol car, wrapped in a gray blanket, while officers finished mapping the scene. A detective named Alvarez eventually leaned into the open door. "You've had a long night," he said gently. "That's one way to put it." He gave a tired half smile. "We'll need a formal statement later today. But for now, we're comfortable calling this self-defense." Mara nodded slowly. "What about the other guy?" "We're searching the area," Alvarez said. "Dogs are on the way." She looked out toward the trees. "Do you think he'll come back?" Alvarez shook his head. "People like that usually run." The words didn't make her feel better. About an hour later, another patrol car drove her and Eli to a small highway diner just off the next exit. The place was open 24 hours, fluorescent lights buzzing faintly overhead. The waitress didn't ask questions when they walked in with police blankets over their shoulders and dried blood on their clothes. She simply poured coffee and set 2 plates of eggs and toast in front of them. Mara stared at the food for a long time. "I'm not hungry," she said. "You should eat anyway," Eli replied. She took a bite mechanically. The eggs tasted like cardboard. Outside the diner window, dawn crept slowly over the hills. A pale gray light replaced the long night. "So," Mara said quietly. "Yeah, you saved my life." Eli shrugged slightly. "You threw the rock. You threw the flare. Lucky guess." She studied him. "That wasn't luck." He didn't respond. "Where did you learn to react like that?" she asked. Eli looked down at his coffee. "Life," he said simply. She waited. He didn't elaborate. Mara leaned back in the booth and rubbed her eyes. "I keep thinking about something," she said. "What?" "That rear door. What about it?" "It was open when I left the gas station." "Yeah. That's when they cut the line, right?" "Probably. So they were already watching my car." "Seems that way." Mara's stomach twisted again. "I almost drove away without noticing." Eli nodded. "But you didn't." Silence settled over the table. The waitress refilled their coffee. "Police are going to drive you to your sister's place once they finish paperwork," Eli said. "Yeah, you'll need a new car." She let out a small laugh. "You think?" Another quiet moment passed. Then Mara realized something. "What about you? What about me? You said you were going to Wheeling." "Yeah, that's the opposite direction." Eli shrugged again. I'll figure something out. You don't have a ride. I'll get one. Mara hesitated. You can come with me. Eli looked up sharply. You sure? You saved my life, she said. I think I owe you a ride. For the first time that morning, Eli smiled faintly. Fair enough. They finished their coffee as the sky brightened. Normal morning sounds began to fill the diner, truckers talking, dishes clattering, the low hum of a coffee grinder. The world moved on. By mid-morning, Mara sat in the passenger seat of a police cruiser heading toward Pennsylvania. Her sister Dana had cried over the phone when she heard what happened. Just get here, Dana had said. Please. Mara leaned her head against the window as the highway rolled past. The night felt distant now, almost like a dream. Eli sat in the back seat behind her, quiet. They drove for nearly an hour before Mara turned around. You okay back there? Yeah, you never told me something. What? She studied him carefully. How did you know to check the fuel line? Eli was silent for a moment. Then he gave the same small shrug. Lucky guess, he said. Mara nodded slowly. Maybe it was. Maybe it was. She turned back toward the road. Outside, the highway stretched ahead in clean morning light. Ordinary again. Almost. But as the cruiser passed the last exit before the state line, Mara glanced down at her phone. A missed notification blinked on the screen. A voicemail. Timestamp, 10:41 p.m. Nicole. Eli's sister. She hesitated, then pressed play. A woman's voice filled the small car. Hey Eli, it's Nicole. I'm already home. Don't wait at the plaza. I told you not to go there again. The message ended. Mara slowly turned around. Eli sat quietly in the back seat, staring out the window. He must have felt her eyes on him, because he smiled faintly, but didn't say a word. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is A Sweet Valentine from Your Secret Stalker. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first thing Lena noticed was the smell. Not roses, not perfume, sugar. It drifted under her apartment door a little before 7 in the morning, thick and buttery, like somebody had opened a bakery in the hallway of her building and forgotten to shut the oven. She stood barefoot on the cold hardwood in an old Northwestern sweatshirt and listened to the building breathe around her pipes ticking in the wall, an elevator groaning 3 floors down, the wet hiss of tires on Clark Street outside. Then there was a soft knock. Not her usual delivery knock, not the impatient pounding from the guy who brought groceries and never waited more than 5 seconds. This was careful. 2 taps, a pause, then 1 more. Lena did not move right away. She lived alone in a 3rd-floor walk-up in Chicago's Lakeview neighborhood, in a narrow brick building with a front door that never fully latched unless you hip-checked it. People were always getting buzzed in by mistake. Packages ended up on the wrong landing. Once, a woman from 3B had found someone else's takeout sweating on her welcome mat and eaten half of it before realizing it wasn't hers. Things happened in old buildings, Weird small things, explainable things. The knock came again. Coming, Lena called, though she hadn't decided that yet. She crossed the apartment quietly and looked through the peephole. No one there. Just the hall with its yellowish overhead light and the runner carpet that always smelled faintly of dust after rain. She kept the chain on and opened the door 2 inches. A pink bakery box sat centered on the mat. On top of it was a white envelope, sealed with a red heart sticker that looked almost childish, glossy and too bright under the hallway bulb. There was no one at the stairwell. No retreating footsteps. No elevator ding. Lena shut the door, slid the chain off, and opened it fully. The sugar smell hit her stronger. The box was warm. That was the part that bothered her first. Not the letter. Not even the heart sticker. The warmth. Somebody had set it there seconds ago. She picked up the envelope by one corner like it might be damp, and brought both things inside with the edge of her sweatshirt sleeve. Her phone was on the kitchen counter, beneath last night's wine glass. 6:54 a.m. Thursday, February 13. One day before Valentine's Day. Absolutely not, she said to no one. Lena Morales was 28, a graphic designer at a small branding studio in the West Loop, the kind of person who could spend 40 minutes adjusting the spacing between 2 letters, and then forget to buy toilet paper. She had dark hair she kept meaning to cut, and never did, tired brown eyes, and the practical habit of checking locks twice before bed, while still telling herself she was not an anxious person. She was late on rent exactly once in her life, and had hated the feeling enough to build an adult life around avoiding surprises. That was the private engine under almost everything she did. Do the work, answer the email, stay agreeable, keep life from turning messy. She disliked public embarrassment more than pain, which had gotten her into stupid situations before, bad dates she didn't leave soon enough, freelance clients she should have fired, a year with a boyfriend named Matt because breaking up seemed more exhausting than staying. Now she stood in her tiny kitchen in wool socks, staring at a bakery box like it had personally insulted her. She opened the envelope. Inside was a folded card, thick cream paper. No store logo. No printed message. Just handwriting in black ink for the girl with the red scarf. Happy Valentine's Day a little early. You looked cold yesterday. Your secret admirer Lena read it twice, then a third time slower. The girl with the red scarf. Yesterday, she had worn a red scarf, a real one, deep red, knitted by her aunt, wrapped twice around her neck, while she walked back from the Belmont Red Line after work in wind that made her eyes water. Half the women in Chicago own something red in February. That did not mean anything. It could have been a joke from work. It could have been Erica. She grabbed her phone and took a picture of the card, then another of the box. The box held 6 frosted sugar cookies shaped like hearts, pale pink icing, tiny silver dragees. On the underside of the lid, in the same black handwriting, someone had written, "You deserve sweeter mornings." That landed differently. Not because it was threatening. It was soft, almost embarrassingly earnest. Kind of line that would be manipulative in a movie and pathetic in real life. Still, Lena set the lid down very carefully. Her phone buzzed before she could text anyone. Erica. Erica. You alive, Erica? PLS, tell me you're not trying a clean morning routine again, Erica. We need coffee before Nora gets here, or I'm committing arson. Lena called instead. Erica Rowan answered on the second ring with a yawn. If this is about work, I'm hanging up. It's 6:55, which is a work crime. Lena looked at the card on the counter. Someone left cookies outside my door. There was a pause. Okay, with a note. Another pause, shorter this time, more awake. What kind of note? Lena read it out. Then the line from the lid. Erica made a sound through her teeth. That is not adorable, right? It depends. Did you tell anyone at work about your tragic scarf dependence? I wear scarves every day. True. Erica was 31, account manager, straight-backed and sharp-faced. With blonde hair she ironed flat, and a gift for sounding unimpressed, in a way clients mistook for competence. Lena liked her immediately when they met because Erica never forced warmth and never confused politeness with trust. She lived in Logan Square with a rotating jungle of plants and an on-again, off-again fiancé she referred to like weather. She also possessed the rare adult skill of treating small weird things like they might matter without becoming theatrical. Did you buzz anybody in? Erica asked. No. Any delivery notice? No. Eat one and die dramatically so I can leave the office early. Lena laughed once thinly. I'm serious. So am I. Don't eat them. Outside, a garbage truck clanged down the street, the mechanical forks thumping metal hard enough to shake something loose in the kitchen drawer. Erica said more quietly now, was the box sealed, like from a bakery? There's no logo. Okay, don't throw the note away. Bring it if you want. We can decide whether to mock you or call the police. The police are not going to care about cookies. No, but if it keeps happening, they might care that it started before Valentine's Day, like a low-budget thriller. I hate when you're right. I know. Get dressed. Also lock your door while you shower. After the call, Lena checked the front hallway camera app out of instinct before remembering her building didn't have one. Her own apartment had no doorbell cam either. Landlord said the brick around the frame was too crumbly to mount anything cleanly. She meant to buy one of the peephole cameras months ago, and then forgot when rent, groceries, and the dental bill all arrived in the same week. She carried the card into the living room and set it beside her laptop. Then she went back to the door and opened it again, this time crouching to inspect the hall. Nothing except old salt tracked in from boots and a dark, damp footprint near the stairs that might have been from anyone. When she closed the door, she noticed something else. A tiny red thread snagged on the splintered wood near the bottom hinge. She pinched it free. Wool, maybe, or acrylic, half an inch long, probably from her own scarf. Probably. She tucked it into the envelope anyway. By the time she left for work, the city had turned to slush. Gray piles along the curb, wind that shoved wrappers against chain-link fences and made every awning rattle. Lena wore the red scarf again and regretted it immediately, but she was already halfway to the station when she realized turning back would make her later. Also, she refused to let a stupid note dictate what she wore. That, too, was one of her flaws, though she preferred to call it dignity. On the train, she kept looking up from her phone, scanning reflections in the glass more than faces. A man in a navy parka got off at Fullerton after standing too close. A teenage girl with silver nails watched makeup tutorials. 2 DePaul students argued softly about a stats exam. Nothing unusual. Everything ordinary, which somehow made the card feel more absurd and more intimate at once. At the office, Erica made her hand over the envelope before Lena had taken off her coat. The studio occupied the second floor, above a furniture showroom. Exposed brick, polished concrete, bad heating, expensive coffee beans. No one knew how to brew properly. Their Valentine's decorations were leftovers from a client photo shoot. Paper hearts pinned to corkboard, and a glass jar of pink candy hearts near reception that tasted like chalk and lotion. Erica read the note without comment, then held it up by the corners. This handwriting is either trying very hard to be neat or naturally serial killer. Helpful, Lena said. Gender neutral for now. Nora Price came around the corner with her laptop hugged to her chest and immediately asked, "What's naturally serial killer?" Nora was 24, junior copywriter from Milwaukee, by way of 3 different unpaid internships, and 1 very patient grandmother. She had a round, open face, soft brown skin, and the kind of enthusiasm that made even cynicism sit up straighter around her. She wore giant sweaters and silver hoops and treated every office mystery like the start of a podcast. Lena liked her because she was kind without being simple. She also talked when nervous, which meant she often revealed more truth than people meant to. Erica handed her the note. Nora read it and went wide-eyed in a gratifying way. Absolutely not. That's either a coworker with boundary issues or someone who sees you during your commute. Great, Lena said. Love those options. Do you have enemies? No, exes. Not interesting ones. Erica leaned against Lena's desk. Who knew about the scarf? Half of Chicago saw the scarf. Nora turned the card over. No name, no number, no florist, no bakery. That's intentional. Thank you, detective, Erica said. I'm serious. If it were just flirting, they'd want credit. Lena tried to shrug it off, but the lines settled in her stomach and stayed there all morning. At 11:30, while reviewing a packaging mock-up for a gourmet tea brand, she got a Slack message from an unknown account. Valentine guest, did you like the cookies? Her hands stopped on the keyboard. Not fear exactly. More like a clean, empty space opening in her chest. She clicked the profile. No photo, no details. Newly invited external guest account. She stared long enough for Slack to dim the screen. Then Erica appeared at her shoulder, coffee in hand. You have the face again. The face. The one where you're either about to cry or commit fraud. Lena angled the monitor toward her. Erica set the coffee down. Okay, Nora, summoned by tone alone, rolled over in her chair. What happened? No one panic, Erica said, which naturally caused everyone to panic a little. Lena typed carefully. Lena, who is this? The typing dots appeared at once, then vanished. Reappeared. Valentine guest. Someone who noticed. Nora whispered. Oh, I hate him. You don't know it's a him, Erica said. I hate them with masculine energy. Lena's scalp prickled. She looked across the office on instinct, as if whoever sent it might be standing by the printer pretending not to. Only 6 people were in that day. Their creative director was on a call in the conference room. The intern was eating pretzels. Someone on the showroom floor below dragged a chair across concrete, the sound long and scraping. She typed again. Lena, how did you get this Slack? No answer. A minute later, a second message arrived. Valentine guest. Red looks good on you. Don't wear it tomorrow if you want to be hard to spot. Erica swore softly. That was the first moment it stopped being awkward and became something else. Not a joke, not a misplaced crush, not harmless. A warning disguised as attention. Lena felt suddenly foolish for bringing the card to work, for laughing on the phone, for wearing the scarf again. She opened her mouth, and found she had no idea what she planned to say. Nora recovered first. Screenshot. Report the account. Tell Paul. Paul was the creative director and also the sort of man who said, "Let's not escalate emotionally," when women described being followed. Lena did not want Paul's sympathetic frown. She did not want to become the center of the room. She did not want her own life to tilt towards spectacle, which was, she knew, exactly how people ended up minimizing things too long. Erica watched her think it through. Lena, I know. No pretending this is nothing. I know. But knowing and doing were never quite the same. She took the screenshots. Erica reported the account. Nora began searching visitor logs and Slack permissions with the righteous concentration of someone fueled by outrage and cold brew. For 20 minutes, the office kept moving around them, emails, phones, the hum of the heater finally kicking on while Lena sat still, hearing that line over and over. Don't wear it tomorrow if you want to be hard to spot. At lunch, her phone buzzed with a call from her downstairs neighbor, Mr. Kessler, who never called unless there was a package mix-up or a water leak. When she answered, his voice was thin and irritated. "Miss Morales, there's a young man here asking if you got your Valentine." Lena went so still she could hear the HVAC clicking above the ceiling tiles. Erica's head snapped up from across the desk. "What young man?" Lena asked. "He says he's a friend. I told him this building isn't a hotel lobby. He's waiting by the mailboxes like I owe him rent. Did you let him in? He came in behind somebody, I suppose. You want me to call the police, or are you coming?" Lena looked at Erica. At Nora. At the office, windows gone gray with afternoon weather. Her own hands, which had started to shake in small, controlled movements, as if trying not to offend her. This was the choice, though it did not feel dramatic enough to deserve the word. Go home now and face whatever had followed her there. Or stay put, call someone else, and let the thing remain just outside her sight a little longer. Lena didn't realize she'd been holding her breath until Erica snapped her fingers in front of her face. "Hey," Erica said quietly. "You're turning gray." Lena blinked. The office came back into focus around her, Nora's chair angled halfway toward the desk, Erica's coffee cooling beside the keyboard, the hum of the ceiling vents. The Slack message glowed faintly on the monitor. "Red looks good on you. Don't wear it tomorrow if you want to be hard to spot." Her phone was still pressed to her ear. Mr. Kessler waited on the other end. "Miss Morales," he said again, sounding impatient. "You there?" "I'm here," Lena said. Across the desk, Erica mouthed, "Who is it?" Lena covered the phone. "My neighbor. There's a guy downstairs asking if I got the Valentine." Nora inhaled sharply. Erica's jaw tightened. She leaned closer, voice low. "Ask what he looks like." Lena nodded and spoke back into the phone. "Mr. Kessler, can you describe him?" The old man grunted like she'd asked him to write a novel. "Young, mid-20s maybe. Brown jacket, baseball cap, keeps checking his phone like a teenager waiting for prom photos." Lena's stomach shifted uneasily. "Did he give a name?" "Nope. Just said he left something for you this morning." Erica mouthed again, "Don't go alone." Lena rubbed the bridge of her nose. The challenge was suddenly clear and brutally simple. There was someone in her building. Someone who believed they knew her. Someone who had crossed from notes and cookies to physically waiting for her reaction. And if she did nothing, if she stayed at the office and ignored him, he would know she was avoiding him. People like that didn't disappear quietly. "Mr. Kessler," Lena said carefully, "can you stay near him for a minute?" "Why would I do that?" "Just keep an eye on him. I'm coming home." Across the desk, Erica shook her head violently. Lena hung up before she could talk herself out of it. "You are not," Erica said immediately. "I have to." "No, you absolutely do not." Nora spun around in her chair. "We can call the police." "For what?" Lena said. "A guy standing near mailboxes." Erica crossed her arms. "For stalking. For showing up where you live. He hasn't done anything illegal yet. That we know of." Lena grabbed her coat from the back of the chair. Her hands were moving faster than her thoughts now, slipping into sleeves, checking her phone battery. It was a reflex she'd developed years ago. When things got messy, move quickly. Solve the problem before it had time to grow. Erica caught her wrist. "You're doing that thing." "What thing?" "The thing where you try to fix everything alone because you hate asking for help." "That's not." "Yes, it is." Lena pulled gently but firmly free. "If I don't go now, he might leave." "Good. I want to see who it is." Nora looked between them. "Or he waits until tonight." The room quieted. That thought had clearly occurred to everyone at once. The idea of someone lingering around the building after dark, watching which door she entered, which window lit up, sat heavy in Lena's chest. "I'm not waiting 12 hours, she said. Erica sighed and grabbed her own coat. "Fine. I'm coming." "You don't have to." "I absolutely do." Nora stood too. "I'm coming as well." "You're not," Erica said immediately. "I'm morally invested. You're 24. I can dial 911. Erica hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. "Fine, but you stay behind us." Nora saluted, heroically. The drive across the city took 20 minutes that felt like twice that. Erica insisted on driving. Lena sat in the passenger seat, twisting the red scarf around her fingers until the wool stretched slightly out of shape. Nora rode in the back, periodically refreshing Lena's Slack messages. No new texts from Valentine guest. Outside the windows, Chicago looked the same as always, buses hissing at stops, pedestrians huddled under umbrellas, gray February light flattening everything. Normal life continuing, while something quietly wrong moved underneath it. Halfway there, Erica spoke without taking her eyes off the road. "Let's talk about the plan." "Okay," Lena said. "You don't approach him alone." "I wasn't planning to. You say that, but 5 minutes ago you were literally sprinting out the door." "I was walking quickly." "Same energy." Nora leaned forward between the seats. "What if he leaves when he sees all of us?" "That would be ideal," Erica said. "But then we won't know who he is," Lena said. Erica glanced at her. "You're assuming you'll recognize him." Lena paused. She hadn't thought about that. Someone who noticed her scarf yesterday could have been anywhere on the train, across the street, in line at the coffee shop. Someone she passed without a second glance. That realization made the city feel suddenly crowded. "Maybe Mr. Kessler got his name," Nora offered. "Maybe," Lena said quietly. But something in her chest said otherwise. They parked half a block from Lena's building. The sidewalk was wet and shining under the weak afternoon light. A pizza place across the street pumped warm, yeasty air into the cold. Lena's apartment building looked exactly the same as it had that morning. 3 stories of dark brick, narrow windows, a front door with scratched glass, and a metal buzzer panel that half the tenants ignored. But today, there was a man standing just inside the vestibule. Even from the sidewalk, she could see the brown jacket. He was leaning against the row of mailboxes, head tilted down at his phone. Waiting. Lena slowed. Erica immediately noticed. "That's him. I think so." The man hadn't looked up yet. For a moment, Lena watched him through the glass. His posture was relaxed, one foot hooked behind the other, shoulders slouched like someone killing time. Not aggressive, not threatening, just patient, which somehow felt worse. Nora whispered from behind them, "Okay, I officially hate this." "Stay behind me," Erica murmured. They crossed the sidewalk. The man looked up as the door opened. He was younger than Lena expected. Maybe 25. Narrow face, short dark hair peeking from under a black baseball cap. Nothing about him screamed danger, which meant absolutely nothing. His eyes went immediately to Lena. Recognition lit his face. "Hey," he said with a small smile, "you got them." The casual tone made Lena's skin tight. "Did you send the cookies?" she asked. "Yeah," he pushed away from the wall. "Did you like them?" Erica stepped slightly forward. "Who are you?" The man blinked at the sudden hostility. Sorry. "I'm Adam." He offered a hand. No one took it. Adam lowered it awkwardly. "I didn't mean to freak anyone out," he said quickly. How did you get her work Slack?" Erica cut in. Adam looked genuinely confused. "What? You messaged her? On Slack?" His eyebrows pulled together. "I don't even know what Slack is." Lena felt the ground shift slightly under the conversation. "You didn't send this?" she asked, pulling up the screenshot. Adam leaned closer to look at the phone. "No," he said slowly. "That's not me." "Then how did you know about the cookies?" "I left them." "And the note?" "Yeah," Erica's voice sharpened. "You're admitting you put something outside her door at 6 a.m. Adam rubbed the back of his neck. "When you say it like that, it sounds weird." "It is weird." He looked at Lena again, apologetic. "I saw you yesterday near Belmont Station. You dropped your scarf for a second, and I picked it up. You said thanks. I just thought." "Thought what?" Erica asked. Adam shifted his weight. "That maybe you were single and Valentine's Day is tomorrow," and he gestured vaguely. "Cookies," Nora whispered behind them. "This is the worst rom-com ever made." Lena studied him carefully. His nervousness felt real. His confusion about Slack felt real. But one thing didn't fit. "You said I dropped my scarf," she said slowly. "Yeah, I didn't." Adam frowned. "What? I never dropped it." Silence stretched for a second. Adam blinked. "I mean, maybe it slipped or something." "It didn't." Erica stepped closer to Lena. "You're sure?" "Yes." Adam looked suddenly uncomfortable. "Look," he said, "if I got the details wrong, I'm sorry. I just wanted to do something nice." "Nice doesn't involve waiting inside someone's apartment building," Erica said. "I was just hoping to see her reaction." "Congratulations," Nora muttered. Lena opened her mouth to respond, and her phone buzzed again. Slack notification appeared instantly on screen. "Valentine guest. Did you find him yet?" Everyone froze. Lena slowly turned the phone so the others could see. Another message arrived. "Valentine guest. Brown jacket, right? Nice guess." The air inside the vestibule changed. Adam leaned forward. "What is that?" Erica spoke quietly. "That," she said, "is someone watching us." Nora's head snapped toward the street. Outside, cars passed. Pedestrians moved along the sidewalk. The pizza shop door opened and closed. Normal city noise. But suddenly, every person felt like a possibility. Lena typed before she could stop herself. "Lena, who are you?" The reply came instantly. "Valentine guest. Someone who knows you better than he does." Adam looked pale now. "I swear I didn't send that." "We know," Erica said. Another message. "Valentine guest. Ask him what color your apartment door is." Adam blinked. "What?" Erica stared at Lena. "What color is it?" "Blue," Lena said automatically. Adam shrugged helplessly. "I've never been upstairs." The phone buzzed again. "Valentine guest, see?" Nora whispered. "Oh my God." Lena's chest tightened. If Adam had only been in the vestibule, then the person sending these messages knew details about her apartment. Another message arrived. Valentine guest, you should go upstairs. There's something else waiting. Lena felt the words land physically, like weight pressing against her ribs. Erica grabbed her arm. No, we don't even know what that means, Lena said. That's exactly why we're not going up there. Adam looked between them nervously. Should we call the police? Nora had already pulled out her phone, but before she could dial, a new message flashed on Lena's screen. Valentine guest, you have 10 minutes before someone else finds it. The typing dots appeared again, then stopped. No more messages. The four of them stood in the narrow vestibule, staring at the silent phone. Upstairs, Lena's apartment waited, whatever it was waiting there too. And now there was a clock. For 3 full seconds, nobody moved. Lena's phone screen dimmed in her hand, then brightened again when another notification slid in. Just Mr. Kessler texting from some ancient flip phone gateway Erica must have set up for him months ago while helping him with rent autopay. Man, still here. The normality of it was almost funny. A confused building text arriving in the middle of whatever this had become. Nora was the first to speak. We call 911. Right now. I am calling, Erica said, already pulling out her phone. Adam lifted both hands a little, backing away from them without leaving the vestibule. I'm staying right here, okay? I don't want you thinking I'm running. Smart, Erica said. The vestibule was narrow enough that all 4 of them had to angle their bodies to avoid touching. Glass front door behind them. Mailboxes on the left wall. Stairs to the right, rising up in a steep old switchback to the 2nd and 3rd floors. Through the wired glass inner door, Lena could see the first landing and the radiator beneath the hallway window, its chipped white paint gone yellow near the valve. Up 2 flights from there was her blue apartment door. She could picture it too clearly. The deadbolt, the peephole, the cheap brass number screwed slightly crooked into the wood. Whatever was supposedly waiting outside or inside. Erica got through to emergency dispatch and put the phone against her ear. Hi, yes, we need officers at, from upstairs, came a hard metallic bang. Everyone jerked. It sounded like something heavy striking a pipe, followed by a brief rattling skid, and then silence. Nora made a broken noise in her throat. Lena's whole body leaned toward the stairs before she caught herself. That was from up there. Erica held up a finger, listening to the dispatcher. Yes, possible stalking, possible unlawful entry, and we just heard a noise from the upper floors. Adam glanced up the stairwell and then back at Lena. Do you want me to check? No, Erica and Lena said together. The dispatcher was clearly asking questions now, and Erica's face tightened with annoyance. No, we don't know if the person is still on scene. Yes, we are outside the apartment. Yes, the subject has sent real-time messages. She looked at Lena. They want to know if anyone is in immediate danger. Lena opened her mouth and realized she hated the question. How were you supposed to know the threshold for immediate? There was no scream upstairs, no smoke, no visible break-in, just a message, a bang, a ticking clock in her head. 10 minutes before someone else finds it. Finds what? If whatever had been left was in the hallway, another tenant could see it, touch it, throw it away. If it was in her apartment, no. She stopped there. Erica listened again, then said, They're sending a unit. They say don't enter if we suspect someone is inside. She ended the call and exhaled. So we wait. How long? Lena asked. They didn't say. That was answered. answer enough. Chicago police might arrive in 5 minutes or 45, depending on luck, neighborhood, staffing, whether someone else in the district was having a worse day than she was. Nora stared at the stairs. He said 10 minutes. We don't know that he is telling the truth, Erica said. Adam shifted uncomfortably. Could be trying to get you to go up there. That is the obvious interpretation, yes, Erica said. Lena looked at the landing again. Her heart had settled into something worse than panic, a hard, focused beat that made every choice feel sharp-edged. This is my building, she said. Lena, Erica warned. If there's something outside my door and another tenant finds it, it could be nothing. It could be my spare key, or a note with my schedule, or you don't know. Exactly. That was the private fear under all of it. Not just being watched, being made into a fool, being the last person to understand what was happening in her own life, while everyone else, the stalker, the police, the neighbors, her coworkers, looked at her with that same careful expression people used around victims and unstable people and women who had missed the signs. She couldn't stand the thought of staying in the vestibule while something about her waited upstairs for strangers to inspect first. Erica read all of that on her face and hated it immediately. You are not proving a point with your spine right now. I'm not trying to prove anything. You are to yourself. Lena said nothing, which was answer enough. Nora looked between them. What if we don't all go? What if just one person goes up to the first landing and looks? No, Erica said. Adam, still trying to be useful in the most unhelpful possible way, pointed toward the mailboxes. There's a mirror there. They all turned. Above the second row of boxes was an old convex security mirror, cloudy from age and nicotine, and probably 10 years of radiator dust. From a certain angle, you could see part of the first flight and the lower section of the second. Not much, but maybe enough. Erica stepped under it first, adjusting her position until the reflection caught the stairs. What do you see? Nora asked. Mostly me looking angry. Erica leaned left, and the first landing. No one standing there. Lena moved beside her. In the warped glass, she saw the first flight, the landing window, a slice of the next rise, and a pale blur that might have been the wall outside too, be no movement. No crouched figure. No obvious package. The relief that tried to come was so flimsy it made her angrier. Then a sound floated down from above, a low scrape, like fabric dragging across painted wood. Nora grabbed Lena's sleeve. Did you hear that? Yes, Adam said, too quickly. Old building. And then, almost on top of it, came a soft thump, thump, thump. All four of them stared up. The sound repeated, uneven, hollow, approaching. Nora whispered, "Someone S on the stairs." The thumps got louder. Lena's mouth went dry. Then the inner hallway door above the first landing banged open, and a gray tabby cat shot down the steps, so fast it bounced off the wall, hit the vestibule with claws skidding, and squeezed past Adam's legs out the front door into the street. For one absurd second, nobody reacted. Then Adam swore. Nora laughed once, high and shaky, with tears in her eyes from the adrenaline burn. Mrs. Halloran's cat, Lena said, her knees suddenly weak. That's from 2B. Erica leaned against the mailboxes and covered her face with one hand. Wonderful. Terrific. I love urban wildlife. It was terrifying right up until it was. Exactly the kind of sound an anxious mind could build into something worse in a stairwell. But the misdirection didn't help as much as it should have, because it proved something else. A hallway door upstairs had been open. Maybe only by the cat, maybe not. And Mrs. Halloran from 2B was in Florida until next week. Lena said it out loud. The humor drained out of Nora's face. Wait, then why is her cat here? She leaves him with her nephew sometimes, Lena said, already moving mentally through building details. Or with the girl from 1A, I don't know. I don't actually know. Exactly, Erica said. You don't know. More reasons not to go up. But Lena was already dialing 2B from memory just to hear what happened. No answer. She tried Mrs. Halloran's number from the building emergency contact list saved in her notes app. Straight to voicemail. Florida cheerful, ocean sounds in the background, telling callers to contact Tyler for any urgent apartment issues. Tyler who? Erica asked. Her nephew. Do we have his number? No. Nora was searching the group text thread tenants, used mostly for package complaints and snow warnings. I found a Tyler, last name Halloran. He posted about a lost Amazon parcel in December. Message him, Erica said. Nora typed quickly. That was their first attempt to solve the problem. Don't go upstairs, verify occupancy, wait for police. It failed in the way most adult plans fail, not dramatically, just by giving them too little, too slowly. No answer from Tyler. No answer from the police beyond officers are en route. No new message from the stalker. Just the cold vestibule, the wet smell of the street every time the outer door opened, and time slipping. 3 minutes, maybe 4. Lena looked again at the stairwell mirror and said, I'm going to the first landing. Erica straightened. No, just the first landing. We can see part of the second flight from there. That's not better. It is if there's something left outside my door. That's 2 floors above. I know how many floors I live above my own vestibule, Erica. Adam took one small step backward, palms still out. I can leave if I'm making this worse. You existing is making this worse, Nora muttered. But Lena's attention had narrowed to the stairs. If she went up to the first landing, she'd be under the hallway window. From there, she could look up toward the second flight and maybe see her floor. Erica and Nora could remain below. Adam could stay where he was. It was controlled, limited, reasonable, which was probably how bad decisions always introduced themselves. I'm doing it, she said. Erica stared at her for a long beat and then cursed softly. Fine, then nobody separates. We go together fast. We stop at the first landing. If anything is wrong, we come straight back down. Nora nodded immediately, terrified but determined. Adam looked like he wanted to object and had correctly assessed he no longer had speaking rights. They moved as a group through the inner door into the stairwell. The temperature changed at once. Warmer from the radiator, but stale. Old paint, damp wool, someone's garlic-heavy lunch lingering from lower floors. Their steps sounded too loud on the wooden treads. Lena was first despite Erica's attempt to edge ahead, one hand on the rail, phone in the other. The blue glow lit her knuckles pale. At the first landing, they stopped. To the left was the window facing the alley, bins below, slick black pavement, the back fence with its bent top rail. Straight ahead, a narrow hallway led to 1A and the basement door. Up another flight, turning sharply, was the second floor landing, and the start of the last set of stairs to Lena's apartment. From here, she could see part of the second floor banister. Nothing else. Okay, Erica said quietly. Done, back down. Wait, Lena held up a hand. There, on the edge of the second floor landing, barely visible from below, was something pink. A corner, cardboard maybe. The bakery box. No, the one downstairs was already in her office bag. Different pink. Brighter, Nora saw it next. What is that? Lena took one more step upward. Erica caught the back of her coat. No, it's right there, which means it was placed so you'd see it from here. That sentence hit hard because it was obviously true. Lena stared anyway. Another step, and she could identify it. Maybe even reach it from the top of the next flight. Their second attempt formed without anyone agreeing to it. Go just far enough to identify the object, then retreat. Adam, from below, said, "I heard something outside." All heads turned. From the alley window came the low growl of an engine idling behind the building. Then a horn, short, irritated, probably delivery traffic, probably someone blocked by trash bins. Lena moved to the window and looked down. A white cargo van was parked crooked by the alley mouth. Plain sides. No company logo that she could see from this angle. Driver side window up. Engine running. "Do you know that van?" Erica asked. No, it could belong to anybody, repairman, florist, cable. A guy lost behind the wrong building. But the sight of it idling there so still, so anonymous, sent a fresh wave of pressure through the group. Nora checked her phone. Tyler wrote back. They all crowded in closer than the landing allowed. Nora's message: "Hi, sorry, urgent. Are you in 2B today?" Tyler: "No, why Nora? Is anyone checking the cat?" Tyler: "Cat. I dropped him at Halloran's yesterday." Why? Lena read it twice. Halloran S. Not Mrs. Halloran. Different apartment. Different relative. "Ask which Halloran," Erica said. Nora typed. Tyler replied almost instantly. "Tyler, my cousin on 3R. Why are you asking like this? 3R across the hall from Lena. Her apartment door on one side of the narrow third floor corridor. 3R on the other. Only 6 feet between them." Lena felt every stare beneath her suddenly, viscerally. 3R is empty, she said. Erica looked at her. "You sure? Mostly. A guy moved out in January. Landlord's been repainting. Mostly is not sure." But Lena knew the sounds of her floor, knew the difference between occupied and vacant in old buildings. No TV through the wall for weeks. No footsteps. No cooking smells from under the opposite door. Just paint once, and hammering, and then nothing. If Tyler had left the cat there yesterday, either someone had access to 3R or Tyler didn't know it was empty. Or both. Her phone buzzed again. This time not Slack. Text, unknown number, a photo. It took half a second to load. Blue door, brass number, shot from the 3rd floor hallway at close range. Today, because tied to the knob was a red ribbon she had never seen before. Under the image, one line, "Too late to be careful now." Nora made a strangled sound. Erica swore outright. Adam, lower on the stairs, asked, What is it?" Lena couldn't answer. She zoomed in. The ribbon was looped through something small and white hanging beneath the knot. An envelope maybe, or a folded card. Another text came immediately. "If you go back down, someone else gets hurt." The point of no return settled in before anyone said it, because now it wasn't about whether there was an object upstairs. It was about the threat attached to retreat. Maybe bluff, maybe not. But whoever was doing this knew the building, knew her door, knew they had paused on the first landing instead of fleeing outright, which meant they were close, or had been close within the last minute. The vacant apartment across from hers was no longer just a background fact. The alley van was no longer just a random vehicle. The police were still nowhere in sight. And Mr. Kessler lived one floor below. Mrs. Halloran's cat, someone's cat, had just come bolting out from above. Other people were in the radius now. Erica saw the same calculation happen on Lena's face and hated it. No, don't. If that's an envelope with a key or someone's information, if it's a trap, it already is. The words came out flat and true. From below, the vestibule outer door slammed. All four of them flinched. Then footsteps entered the stairwell. Not running, not slow either, coming up. Adam turned on the lower landing, eyes wide. Somebody just came in. Who? Erica called. I can't see yet. The stairwell suddenly felt like a vertical tube with threats at both ends. Something waiting on the third floor. Someone entering from below. The group stuck between. Lena looked up at the higher flight. At the slice of second-floor banister. At the unseen turn beyond that led to her apartment and the empty 3R across from it. If they went down, they moved toward the unknown person entering. If they stayed, they were pinned. If they went up, they committed. And then a man's voice rose from below, muffled by the turn of the stairs. Lena, not a police voice, not Mr. Kessler, younger, familiar only in the worst way, close enough to ordinary that it could belong to anyone. Again, a little louder now. Lena, I just want to talk. That broke it. Erica shoved Lena upward. Go, now. And all at once retreat was gone. They ran up. Not gracefully. Not like people in movies who moved in clean lines with a plan already formed. Lena stumbled on the first step because Erica's shove caught her off balance, then caught the rail and dragged herself upward. Nora was behind her, breath already ragged. Adam came last for half a second, then doubled back 2 steps to look down toward the voice below. Who are you? He shouted. No answer, just footsteps continuing upward, measured, unhurried. That was worse. Lena hit the second-floor landing first. Pink thing she'd seen from below was a gift bag, bright tissue paper jutting out of the top. Cheap metallic pink, the kind sold in grocery store seasonal aisles. It sat in the corner by the radiator, as if someone had set it down while adjusting groceries. She didn't stop. Leave it, Erica snapped, reading her intention anyway. They turned up the final flight toward the 3rd floor. The building seemed to compress around them. Walls too close. The stairwell air hotter here, stale with old paint and dust. Lena could hear her own breathing, the slap of shoes on wood, Nora making frightened little gasps every time she exhaled too fast. At the top, landing her apartment door came into view. Blue, brass number, red ribbon tied neatly around the knob exactly like in the photo, the ends hanging down and brushing the paint. A white envelope dangled beneath it. Across the hall, 3R stood shut. A line of fresh white caulk showed where the doorframe had been touched up. Above the knob, faint pencil marks from old contractor measurements still scarred the trim. Lena saw all of it in one glance, because panic had sharpened everything into hard edges. Inside, Erica said. No, Lena grabbed her sleeve. If he's in 3R, below them, Adam shouted again, louder now. Hey, stop. A heavy impact followed. A grunt. The ugly, unmistakable sound of bodies colliding on stairs. Nora flinched so violently she hit the wall. Erica looked down the stairwell, then back at Lena. We have 10 seconds. Take the envelope. Lena stepped to her door and reached for the ribbon. Her hand shook enough that she missed once, then caught the envelope by the bottom edge and tore it free. The paper was thick, expensive, faintly scented with the same sugary bakery smell from that morning. The ribbon stayed on the knob. Inside the envelope was one folded note and something metallic that dropped into her palm with a hard click. A key. not hers. Too small, old brass. On the note, in the same tidy black handwriting, "He is below you. I am across from you. Choose correctly." For one stunned beat, all three women stared at the words. Then the knob on 3R turned from the inside. It didn't swing open at once. Just a careful movement, the latch easing back, the door opening an inch into the hall. Lena saw darkness in the gap. Then an eye. Nora screamed. The door yanked wider, and a man lunged out. He was taller than Lena expected, maybe 30, broad in the shoulders, but soft around the middle under a dark hoodie and paint-spattered work pants. His face matched nothing in her memory and everything in her fear. Ordinary, unremarkable, pale from indoor winter. Beard grown unevenly, as if he forgot mirrors. In one hand, he held Lena's red scarf twisted around his fist like a rope. That detail hit hardest because it made no sense for half a second, and then too much sense. She hadn't dropped it yesterday. He had it because he'd taken it at some point off a chair, from her coat hook, from her laundry basket, and used the story about Belmont as bait. Or Adam had lied, and the real scarf had changed hands. Lena did not have time to untangle it. The man grabbed for her. Erica moved first. She slammed her shoulder into him before he could get full hold, driving him sideways into the opposite wall. The impact cracked loud in the narrow corridor. He grunted, lost the scarf, and swung blindly with his free arm. His forearm caught Erica across the cheekbone and sent her stumbling into Lena's door. Nora shouted, "Holy shit." The man recovered faster than Erica did and went straight for Lena again. Not wild, not out of control, purposeful. He knew which person he wanted. Lena backpedaled, felt her apartment knob dig into her spine, and did the first useful thing her body found. She shoved the key and note into her pocket and hit him with the metal water bottle from her tote bag. Not a dramatic overhand swing, just a desperate sideways smash into his temple. The bottle connected with a sick, hollow thunk. He reeled but didn't go down. He made a sound then, low and furious, more offended than hurt, and lunged again. One hand closed in the front of Lena's coat and yanked. She hit the floor hard on one hip. Pain flashed up her side so cleanly it almost felt cold. "Lena," Nora dropped beside her, grabbing for her arm. "Move," Erica shouted. Below, on the stairs, another crash. Adam yelling. A different male voice swearing. The stalker looked toward the stairwell for a fraction of a second, calculating, and Erica used it. She snatched the red ribbon off Lena's knob and looped it around his wrist as she shoved him backward, tangling him just long enough for Nora to drag Lena sideways out of his reach. It shouldn't have worked. It barely did. But the ribbon tightened around the doorknob, and his own momentum twisted him off center. He slammed shoulder first into Lena's door, cursing, and Erica drove a knee into his thigh. He folded halfway, enough for her to get the upper hand. Then 3R's door opened wider behind him. A second man appeared in the doorway. Not big, younger than the first. The same brown jacket Adam wore. No, different, darker, thin face, blood already on his lip from the stairwell fight below. He looked at the scene in the hall, at Lena on the floor, at the first man tangled in ribbon, and said with disgust, "You were supposed to have her inside by now." Everything in Lena went still. Not one stalker. Two. Adam's cookies. The Slack account. The lies. The waiting. The building access. It all snapped into a shape that made her want to be sick. Whether Adam was part of it, or only a useful idiot no longer mattered in the abstract. What mattered was that there had always been more than one person moving pieces. The second man saw the realization in her face and smiled. That was the ugliest thing anyone had done all day. He came for her. Nora reacted before thought caught up. She grabbed the pink gift bag Erica had kicked up from the stairs in the rush. Lena hadn't even noticed Erica had scooped it on the way and hurled it straight at his head. Tissue paper burst. Something glassy shattered against the wall. A strong, sweet chemical smell filled the hall. Cheap cologne, heart-shaped bottle, Valentine garbage. The misfire startled everyone for one beat, and in that beat, Erica screamed, "Door, open your door." Lena fumbled for her keys with numb fingers. Wrong key first, then another. Her own apartment key slid into the lock only halfway because her hand was shaking so hard. The first stalker tore loose from the ribbon with a ripping snap. Below them, Adam bellowed in pain. The second man vaulted over the broken glass and grabbed Nora by the back of her sweater, hauling her off balance so violently her head cracked against the wall. She dropped with a sound Lena never wanted to hear again, air leaving the body all at once. Nora. Lena finally got the key turned. Erica launched herself at the second man from the side, both hands to his throat. They hit 3 R's framed together, slipped in the spilled cologne, and went down hard. The smell was overpowering now, sugary and synthetic and nauseating. Lena got her own apartment door open. "Inside," she shouted. Nobody could move cleanly enough to obey. The first stalker hit her from behind before she could turn fully. They crashed through her doorway together, Lena's shoulder smashing into the narrow entry table, keys scattering across the floor. Her lamp tipped and shattered. Warm yellow light went out. The apartment plunged into the blue-gray dimness of winter afternoon. He tried to pin her face down, not movie-style choking, not speech-making, just body weight and leverage. One hand shoved between her shoulder blades, while the other reached for something in his pocket. Her brain fixated absurdly on details: the smell of damp hoodie fabric, the dust under the radiator, the fact that she had not vacuumed under the console table in weeks. Then his hand came back holding a roll of silver duct tape. That gave the terror a shape, not murder in the abstract, restraint, abduction. The next practical step of whatever this had been building toward. Lena bucked hard, got one knee under herself, and slammed backward into him with all the force her body could find. It hurt her more than him, but his grip shifted. She twisted, grabbed the broken lamp base off the floor, and jammed it into his forearm. He yelled and struck her across the mouth with the tape hand. Her lips split against her teeth. She tasted blood instantly, hot and metallic. In the hall, Erica screamed Lena's name. Nora made a choking cough. From the stairs came footsteps, heavy, fast, uneven. Somebody coming up again. Police. No sirens yet. No shouted identification. The first stalker heard it too. He looked toward the open door, suddenly uncertain. Lena used that second. She rolled fully free, scrambled backward across the floor, and snatched the first thing within reach from the coffee table, the bakery box. She hurled it at his face. The lid flew open midair. Pink cookies exploded across his chest, and the entry rug, absurd and obscene at once. Frosting smeared his beard. One silver draggie struck the wall and bounced under the radiator. He flinched on reflex, wiping icing from one eye, and Lena drove both feet into his knee. Something popped. He collapsed sideways with a raw animal sound. Not broken cleanly, maybe, but damaged enough to matter. In the hallway, the second stalker had gotten loose of Erica and was dragging himself toward Lena's doorway when a figure slammed into him from the stairwell. Adam. He didn't look noble doing it. He looked terrified and furious and half sick, one sleeve torn, cap gone, cheeks swelling purple. But he hit the man full force and drove him against the opposite wall. The two of them crashed into 3R's half-open door, disappeared inside, and kept fighting in the dark. Erica staggered after them, then stopped to pull Nora up by the arms instead. "Can you stand?" Erica demanded. Nora nodded once and almost fell. Blood trickled behind her ear. Her pupils looked wrong, too wide. She clutched Erica's coat with one hand and whispered, "I'm gonna throw up." "Don't you dare pass out," Erica said, voice shaking so hard the words came out ragged. The first stalker was trying to get back up inside Lena's apartment, one hand on the wall, one leg not taking weight right. Lena stood too, her left hip blazing, lip pouring blood, and backed toward the kitchen. No weapon, no plan, just distance. He looked at her with frosting still streaked across his face, and the sight was so pathetic and so awful she almost laughed. Instead, she reached blindly behind her onto the kitchen counter and found the wine bottle from last night still waiting to go into recycling. He saw it at the same time she did. "Don't," he said, his first clear word to her all day. He even sounded human, winded, scared now himself. That was the thing people never say enough. Fear does not make a monster look monstrous. Sometimes it makes him look tired and middle-aged and embarrassing, and suddenly very killable. Lena tightened her grip on the bottle. "You were in my apartment," she said, not a question. The realization had finally landed whole. The missing scarf, the knowledge of her door, the line about sweeter mornings. He'd been inside before, maybe more than once. He looked away for half a second. That was answer enough. She swung. The bottle hit the side of his head and burst at the neck. Glass and wine sprayed the wall. Dropped instantly. Not unconscious in some cinematic way, just collapsed and stunned, hands up to protect himself, blood mixing with Merlot on the floorboards. Lena stumbled back, shaking so violently the broken bottleneck almost slipped from her fingers. In 3R, something crashed over hard furniture maybe, and Adam shouted, "Erica." Erica left Nora propped against Lena's doorframe and lunged into the vacant apartment. Lena followed to the threshold and saw it all in fractured pieces. 3R wasn't vacant exactly. It had been turned into a waiting place. Folding chair, sleeping bag, fast food wrappers. A power strip snaked across the floor to 3 charging cables, and a cheap ring light pointed toward the peephole, rigged with a phone mount. On a paint bucket beside it sat a notebook, binoculars, and 2 disposable coffee cups. Against the far wall, a stack of printed photos of Lena leaving for work, Lena buying groceries, Lena at the Belmont station in the red scarf. Adam and the second stalker were on the floor near the back window, slipping on drop cloth plastic while trading short, ugly punches that had nothing cinematic about them. Adam had one hand in the other man's jacket collar. The stalker had both fists tangled in Adam's hair. Neither looked like he knew how to fight. That maybe saved Adam's life, maybe not for long. Erica grabbed the metal folding chair and brought it down across the second stalker's shoulder. Once, twice, not graceful, not clean. The second blow bent the chair and sent a shock through Erica's arms, so bad she cried out with it. But it was enough. The man curled instinctively, Adam tore free, and the three of them sprawled apart gasping. Then, at last, from downstairs and blessedly unmistakable, came voices. Chicago police. Hands, show me your hands. The relief was not pure. It arrived tangled with new fear, with the awareness of how this looked, with the pain starting to bloom everywhere now that motion had stopped protecting them from it. The first stalker groaned from Lena's kitchen. Nora was vomiting weakly into the hall trash can. Adam sat against the wall of 3R holding his ribs and crying without sound, maybe from pain, maybe from shock. Erica let the ruined chair drop and put both hands in the air immediately. Up here, she shouted. 2 suspects, 1 injured. Our friend has a head injury. The officers came hard and fast after that, weapons drawn, orders sharp, bodies filling the tiny hall. Down, back, hands visible. Who lives here? Who attacked whom? Lena obeyed because she was suddenly too tired to do anything else. It was over in the practical sense within 2 minutes. It did not feel over. They found zip ties in 3R extra phones, a copy of the building's old directory, Lena's scarf, photos, receipts from the bakery, a borrowed contractor lockbox key to 3R that one of them had stolen or copied during turnover work. Later, much later, she would learn one of the men had done occasional painting jobs for the landlord's cousin and had used that access to slip into empty units and shared halls. He had seen Lena enough times to build a routine. The other had come later, online first, then in person, turning obsession into collaboration, because 2 lonely, cruel men could make each other feel normal. But in the moment, all she knew was the floor under her knees, the sting of her mouth, the officer asking if she could stay awake, the smell of cologne and wine and old paint and blood making her stomach turn. She looked once at the stack of photos in 3R before an officer moved her away. Dozens, not dramatic, long lens images, phone shots. Cropped, zoomed, grainy, her carrying laundry, her unlocking her door, her standing at her own window at night, lit from inside, not knowing she was visible. That was the real injury, not the split lip, not the hip that was already stiffening into a bruise, not the blood on Erica's cheek or Nora's concussion or Adam's cracked rib, if that was what it turned out to be. It was the proof that her ordinary life had already been entered long before she noticed the first break in normalcy. When EMS arrived, they wanted everyone checked. Nora went first, crying now in confused, embarrassed waves. Erica argued with a paramedic while holding an ice pack to her face and flexing fingers that might have 2 fractures. Adam kept saying, "I didn't know. I swear to God, I didn't know," to anyone who would listen, and mostly to people who wouldn't. Lena sat on the arm of her own couch while an EMT cleaned the cut on her lip. "Does it hurt when you bite down?" he asked. "Yes." "Any dizziness?" "Yes." He nodded like this was expected, because it was. Through the open apartment door, she could see police tape beginning to web across the 3rd floor hall. Red and blue lights pulsed faintly through the stairwell window onto the opposite wall. Every few minutes, a radio crackled. A camera shutter clicked. Evidence bags snapped open. Her apartment no longer felt like hers. That was the cost that settled deepest as the adrenaline drained away. They had won in the narrow, factual sense. They were alive. The men were caught. The immediate threat was done. The rooms had been touched. The doorway had been staged. The opposite apartment had become a theater built around her. And from now on, every sound in a hall, every unexpected message, every kindness from a stranger on a train would have to pass through this day first. Erica came and sat beside her eventually, moving carefully, jaw swollen, one wrist already braced in a temporary wrap. "You hit him with cookies," Erica said. Lena let out one torn, miserable laugh that hurt her mouth. "I did." Nora, from the stretcher in the hall, lifted 2 fingers weakly. "Legend." Adam looked at the floor. Nobody spoke to him. Outside, evening was starting to come down over Lakeview, blue and dirty and cold. Valentine's Day would arrive at midnight, whether anyone wanted it or not. And across the hall, through the open door of 3R, Lena could still see the ring light facing the peephole like an eye that had forgotten how to close. By the time Lena got back from the emergency room, it was Saturday. Not early Saturday. Not the soft blue hour before sunrise, where the city feels paused. Almost noon. Full daylight. People outside carrying coffee in paper cups and bunches of cheap grocery store flowers, because Valentine's Day had landed anyway, right on schedule, indifferent as weather. Erica drove her back. Neither of them talked much on Lakeshore Drive. The radio was off. The windshield wipers made a dry little complaint every few seconds because the glass wasn't wet enough to justify them, and Erica kept forgetting to turn them off after clearing road salt. Lena leaned her head against the passenger window and watched the city move by in fragments. Bus shelters, brick 3 flats, a woman laughing into her phone at a crosswalk, 2 teenagers in school hoodies shoving each other outside a Dunkin'. The ordinary world had not altered itself to match what happened. That was rude but familiar. Her lip had 3 dissolvable stitches inside. The left side of her face looked slightly wrong when she caught it in mirrors, puffed near the cheek, yellowing already at the edge of the bruise. Her hip was wrapped under her jeans, deep purple under the gauze where she'd gone down on the hardwood. Nothing broken. Mild concussion. Rest, observation, soft foods, avoid screens. A phrase she found almost insulting. Avoid screens. As if this had happened in a quieter decade. Erica's right wrist was splinted. Hairline fracture. Very boring injury, she told everyone, which was her way of refusing pity. Nora had a concussion bad enough to buy her a night in observation and a long list of restrictions afterward. Adam had 2 cracked ribs and a face that looked like he'd lost an argument with a doorframe. The first stalker needed knee surgery eventually. The second one needed stitches in his scalp where the folding chair had opened him. Lena had not asked for details. The information came anyway, floating through officers, nurses, overheard corridor conversations. She wished less of it stuck. When they pulled onto her block in Lakeview, the police tape was gone from the front entrance. The building looked normal again in the shallow, insulting way buildings do after terrible things. The scratched glass, the buzzer panel with fading labels, the same salt, stiff runner inside the vestibule. Somebody had already mopped the 3rd floor hallway. Somebody had cleaned up the broken cologne bottle. In 3R, the landlord had finally fixed the latch on the front door. That detail bothered Lena more than it should have. Of course he fixed it now, Erica muttered, reading her face. Lena smiled without meaning to, and regretted it immediately when her lip pulled. The landlord had called 14 times since Thursday night. Half apologies, half defense. He didn't know. He couldn't have known. The unit was supposed to be empty. The contractor who helped repaint there sometimes was a casual labor guy, not even really on payroll. He kept saying this is shocking in a tone that suggested he thought shock itself might count as due diligence. The police had more interest in him than Lena did now. Statements had been taken, locks changed, evidence removed. Tyler Halloran had turned out to be real and miserable and entirely useless. A distant cousin who'd lent one of the men access to 3R for a couple nights because he thought the guy was between places and helping prep the unit. Tyler, through tears and profanity, insisted he never knew what the space was being used for. He had dropped Mrs. Halloran's cat there with food because the man said he'd watch it. That was why the cat had bolted. Everything had an explanation. That was almost the worst part. The explanations did not make the facts smaller. They just made them uglier and more human. Inside the apartment, the air smelled faintly of disinfectant and fresh paint. The police had dusted. The landlord's handyman had repaired the splintered entry table with screws that didn't quite match. The broken lamp was gone. Lena's keys sat in a plastic evidence release envelope on the counter like they belonged to someone else. She stayed just inside the doorway, coat still on. Erica set an overnight bag on the couch and watched her carefully. You don't have to stay here today. I know. You can come back with me. I know. Or I can stay here with you. Lena looked across the hall through her own open doorway. 3R was shut now. Fresh paper seal across the frame from police processing. The sight of it made the skin on her arms tighten under her sweater. I hate that it still looks like a door, she said. Erica didn't answer right away. What would you rather it look like? A brick wall. That seems fair. Lena stepped inside finally. Every sound in the apartment seemed staged for her now. Radiator tick, refrigerator hum, a faucet knocking once in the kitchen pipe. She knew those sounds. She had lived with those sounds. But they had become explanatory instead of neutral, as though her brain had started tagging each one in case it needed to testify later. Erica moved through the rooms with the brisk, annoyed energy of someone trying not to let fear harden into ritual. She checked the windows, though the police had already done that. Checked the new deadbolt, though she'd watched the locksmith install it. Opened the hall closet and the bedroom closet and the shower curtain like she was mocking the gesture by doing it thoroughly. Clear, she said. Lena sat on the edge of the couch. Her body felt borrowed, heavy in odd places, floating in others. ER nurse had warned her that after the adrenaline finished draining, she might cry, sleep, shake, snap at people, or feel nothing at all for a while. All normal. The way professionals used the word normal after violence always fascinated her. Not comforting exactly, but efficient. Her phone buzzed on the cushion beside her. She flinched hard enough that Erica noticed from the kitchen. Don't, Erica said, not even seeing the screen yet. I mean it. Lena looked anyway. Unknown number. No message. Just a voicemail notification from an hour ago. Her stomach dropped so sharply she almost laughed at herself. It's probably the detective, Erica said, coming over now. It might be, or a reporter, or the landlord, or your mother after I texted her the world's vaguest update. Did you text my mother? I was bleeding and making executive decisions. That, too, was fair. Lena played the voicemail on speaker. It was Detective Morrow. Calm voice, older, slight south side flattening at the edges of certain vowels. He wanted to confirm a follow-up interview Monday and let her know a forensic team had found evidence of prior unlawful entry into her apartment. Minor scratches around the old lock, latent prints in the hall closet, and on the inside of the bedroom window frame that likely dated back before Thursday. They'd be comparing them. He said he was sorry to tell her over voicemail, but he preferred not to leave her uninformed all weekend. When the message ended, the apartment went very quiet. There it was, spoken cleanly now. Not just probably, not just implied. He had been inside before. Lena stared at the floorboards. There was a tiny chip in the varnish near the table where she'd always meant to put down a rug. She remembered stepping over that chip while carrying laundry baskets, opening packages, talking to friends, existing. He had been inside during some version of those days. Erica sat down beside her so carefully the couch barely moved. "Okay," Erica said. Lena's laugh came out wrong. "That's your word for this, for now." She pressed the heel of her hand against her mouth and instantly regretted it. Pain flared along the stitches. Tears came not elegantly, not as a cinematic release, just as irritation made physical. Too much input, too much exhaustion, too many simple facts with impossible edges. Erica put her good arm around her and let her be angry in it. That was the immediate aftermath people don't photograph. Not the police lights, not the ambulance. Sitting on your own couch in yesterday's clothes, crying because a detective used a reasonable tone to confirm the violation you already knew was true. By Sunday, the practical world had caught up. Lena's mother called 12 times and finally stopped trying to sound calm after the third. Matt, the ex she hadn't spoken to in nearly a year, texted Heard, "Something happened, are you okay?" and got no answer. The studio partners sent flowers that smelled too sweet and made Lena nauseous. Erica threw them out without consulting her. Nora FaceTimed from her bed looking pale and furious, one eye bruised, and immediately said, "I want it on record that I'm not built for heroism, but apparently will do it anyway." Then she started crying because screens hurt, and she missed the office. And she kept remembering the eye in the door at 3R. They cried together for a minute, awkwardly, and without making it into something noble. Adam sent an email, not a text. An email. Subject line, "I'm sorry." Lena stared at it for 10 minutes before opening it. He wrote like a person trying very hard not to sound manipulative and mostly failing, because shame has its own smell. He said he had meant only the cookies, and the note, yes, which he now understood sounded insane. He had seen her a few times over the previous month at Belmont Station and around the neighborhood cafe near her building. He admitted he'd asked another guy he knew, a man who sometimes worked maintenance and painting jobs in older buildings in the area, whether grand romantic gestures were ever acceptable, because he felt stupid and out of practice and wanted advice from someone older and confident. That was how the connection began. He swore he never knew the man had already been watching Lena or had access to her building. The older man had encouraged the cookies, offered to help make it memorable, and apparently used Adam's awkward crush as camouflage and bait. Adam insisted he did not know there was a second man involved until Thursday. He insisted he didn't know about the Slack account, the prior entries, any of it. Lena believed some of that, and not all of it. That was the cost of surviving. Truth did not come back pure. She forwarded the email to Detective Morrow and never replied. On Monday, she met the detective downtown with Erica beside her and a paper cup of coffee she never drank. Morrow was exactly the kind of cop Lena would have invented for herself if allowed to choose. Tired, precise, not warm, but not performative about it. He laid out the facts in measured pieces. Charges were being stacked from multiple directions: stalking, unlawful restraint, conspiracy, criminal trespass, unlawful entry, harassment, battery, false imprisonment, attempted or intended, depending on the prosecutor's reading of the evidence, in 3R: the duct tape, zip ties, surveillance photos, and burner phones mattered. The coordination mattered. Adam's role was still being sorted. His attorney was already trying to present him as a foolish bystander, manipulated by worse men. Morrow did not roll his eyes when he said this, which made Lena trust him more. "Do you think he knew?" she asked. Morrow folded his hands. "I think he knew enough to ignore obvious warning signs. Whether he knew the full scope, we'll test." That answer stayed with her because it felt truer than the cleaner versions. Not innocence, not full guilt, cowardice, vanity, hunger for proximity, willingness to let someone else define the boundaries because it benefited him. Very human, very ordinary. Whole case kept shrinking toward ordinary motives and expanding toward monstrous outcomes. Lena gave her statement again, then again in smaller clarifications. When had the scarf gone missing? Had there been other odd deliveries? Did she remember seeing either man before? She did, maybe. Or maybe her mind had become a magician with hindsight. A figure near the station one rainy Tuesday. A maintenance guy, she held the front door for once. A man on the sidewalk who glanced up at her window and then away. The city was full of almost familiar faces. That had been their cover. She moved out 2 weeks later. Not dramatically. No midnight escape. Just cardboard boxes, moving blankets, Erica's hatchback, a sublet in Andersonville owned by Nora's cousin, who was traveling for 6 months and wanted someone responsible, quiet, and able to water one needy fern. Lena took the sublet because it had a doorman and second, because it was too expensive not to mean she'd have to stay alert about money. And that old fear, stability, keep life from going sideways, was the only reliable engine she had left. The Lakeview apartment went back on the market in April. The listing photos were aggressively bright. New lamp, staged white bedding, charming vintage unit with natural light. Lena saw the ad only because Nora sent it with 5 angry skull emojis and the audacity. Lena did not click through the full gallery. She did not need to know whether the angle from the living room window still showed the exact line of sight into 3R Spring came late that year. By May, Nora could joke about the concussion. Erica's wrist healed crooked enough to ache in rain. Lena could ride the train again, but only if she stood with her back to pole and checked reflections every time the doors opened. She bought a peephole camera, then another for the interior hall, then felt ridiculous and left both installed. She slept with a white noise machine because silence had become too articulate. Some things she did not recover on schedule. She no longer wore the red scarf. She washed it twice after police returned it, then sealed it in a zipper bag and shoved it to the back of the closet in the sublet behind winter boots she barely used. The smell never really left. Not bakery sugar exactly. Something else braided into it now: dust, hallway paint, her own memory. She didn't date, not because of some dramatic vow, just because every small overture from strangers now arrived with a second shadow behind it. The barista remembering her order, a man on the train moving aside so she could sit, a florist on Argyle saying pretty scarf to another woman in line and making Lena's neck go hot anyway. The world had not become dangerous in a new way. It had become legible in a way she no longer enjoyed. Still, ordinary life came back in pieces. She returned to work on reduced hours and found that deadlines still needed meeting, clients still wanted revisions, the printer still jammed if anyone looked at it with emotional intensity. That helped, not as healing, just as friction, reality insisting on itself. Erica stopped hovering after the first week and downgraded to texting home every evening at 7, to which Lena was expected to respond with a single thumbs up. Nora brought her a ridiculous heart-shaped stress ball that squeaked when squeezed and said, "I know this is in terrible taste, which is exactly why I bought it." Some nights Lena almost felt like herself until she reached her building and saw a man standing near the door looking at his phone. Then the whole body remembered before the mind could intervene. Summer edged in. The case did what cases do: motions, continuances, paperwork, calendar movements, with enormous emotional consequences, dressed in administrative language. Lena learned new phrases she hated: victim impact statement, discovery, pretrial conference. She learned that resolution can take months and still not feel resolving. She learned that telling a story accurately under oath can leave you feeling less believed than saying it badly to a friend on a couch. She learned that fear can become habit if you feed it, but also if you don't. And then, one Tuesday evening in early June, she got home from work, nodded to the doorman at the new building, rode the elevator up, let herself into the quiet borrowed apartment in Andersonville, and found a plain white envelope on the entry table just inside the door. No stamp, no address, just her first name in tidy black handwriting. Everything in her body stopped, not froze, stopped, as if someone had unplugged movement from the wall. Then logic fought its way back in ugly little bursts. The doorman, controlled entry, building cameras, maybe Nora, maybe Erica making a tasteless joke she'd deeply regret, maybe a note from the cousin who owned the place. Lena did not touch it. She called down to the front desk first. Voice steady somehow. Asked if anyone had come up. The doorman said no one except grocery delivery at 4, and he had carried that himself because the driver had the wrong apartment number. He sounded puzzled. He said maybe the cleaning service left something, but there was no scheduled cleaning service. Lena stood in the entryway staring at the envelope while the building around her made its new, unfamiliar noises. Central air kicking on, distant elevator cable, footsteps softened by better carpeting than the old place ever had. Then she saw the tiny printed logo in the lower corner. Not handwritten stationery. A local dental office. She let out a laugh that bordered on a sob. Opened it finally. Inside was a reminder card for an appointment she had forgotten to cancel after rescheduling by phone 2 weeks earlier. Standard font. Standard paper. Entirely harmless. She sat down on the floor anyway. And there, maybe, was the subtle, unresolved thing Not that someone was still after her. Not necessarily. Not in the practical, evidentiary sense. The men were in custody. The cameras worked. The doors locked. The new building knew her face. But she could no longer meet an ordinary envelope without first surviving the shape of another possibility. Later that night, when the panic had ebbed and embarrassment had cooled into something quieter, Lena got up, made tea, and stood by the kitchen window looking down at Clark Street. People moved below in little separate orbits. A couple arguing softly over a map app. Someone walking a dog in a raincoat. A bike courier with a bouquet tied to the back rack, petals shedding one by one into the street. Almost ordinary. That was the country she lived in now. Not safety exactly. Not terror every minute either. A familiar city with hairline fractures running through it. A life that worked when handled gently. Her phone buzzed on the counter. Erica, home. Lena looked out the window once more before answering. Then she texted back the thumbs up. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare. Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories. And tonight's story, the dentist who collects teeth, is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. The first thing that felt wrong was the sound. Not pain, not even fear at first. Just a sound that didn't belong in a dental office at 7:40 on a rainy Thursday morning. Something light and brittle skittering across tile in the back hallway, like a handful of hard white beads dropped from a height, and then chased by somebody's shoe. I was already in the chair by then, paper bib clipped to my sweater, tasting mint and latex, and the bitter edge of coffee rising from my own throat. The hygienist had gone to grab one thing, and the room had settled into that strange in-between stillness every clinic has before it officially wakes up. Fluorescent lights humming overhead, an air vent breathing steadily muffled traffic from the street outside, the tiny electronic tick from a wall clock shaped like a smiling molar. Rain tapped at the narrow window near the ceiling. Somewhere farther up front, a printer began whining and then stopped. Then came that sound again. A scatter, a pause, a cabinet door closing too fast. I raised my head a little. The treatment room door was open 3 inches, just enough for a wedge of hallway light. Nothing moved past it. No voices. No footsteps coming toward me. The office still smelled clean in the aggressive way dental offices do: disinfectant, clove oil, polish, something faintly chemical beneath the sweetness. But another smell was tucked inside it now, so thin I almost thought I imagined it. Damp cardboard, maybe, or old paper, something that had been kept shut away for a long time and then brought into warm air. I let my head drop back onto the chair and told myself not to be dramatic. Dental offices were full of trays and tools and little ceramic cups and sealed packets and things that could fall and make strange sounds. It was probably nothing. It was definitely nothing. Still, I turned my face slightly toward the door and listened. That was when someone laughed quietly in the hallway. A man's voice, not amused exactly, more like embarrassed at being caught. Then the hygienist came back in with a bright, professional smile that was maybe half a second late. "Sorry about that," she said. "We're having one of those mornings." Her name tag read MARAKELLY-RDH, though she had already introduced herself when she took my x-rays. Early 30s, maybe, woman. Pale blonde hair twisted into a clip at the back of her head, scrub top patterned with little blue toothbrushes. She moved quickly, but not gracefully, the way people do when they've already been behind schedule before the day has even started. "No problem," I said. "My name is Nina Hartwell. I'm 29, and I have always hated dentists in a way that embarrasses me because it feels childish and expensive and impossible to explain without sounding weak. I don't scream. I don't faint. I show up. I pay. I open my mouth when told. But every dental appointment drags up the same private humiliation. The certainty that I've failed some basic test of adulthood by needing this much reassurance about somebody leaning over me with metal instruments. It started when I was 11, and a dentist in Akron kept telling me, "Calm down, honey, calm down," while his gloved fingers pinned my jaw open. He wasn't cruel, not exactly. Just impatient, efficient. It's strange how long the body remembers being handled like an inconvenience. So I avoid appointments until a small problem turns into a larger, more expensive one. And then I sit in the chair trying to act normal. That was how I ended up at Bell Street Dental in Portland, Oregon, on the wettest morning of March, with a cracked molar on the lower left side, and the kind of dread that makes your arms feel hollow. Mara adjusted the overhead light and glanced at the monitor. "So Dr. Vale reviewed your films," she said. "Looks like that tooth probably needs a crown, but he'll come take a look and confirm before we do anything today." "Today?" I asked, before I could stop myself. She smiled again, smaller this time. "Maybe not the full procedure. He just likes to assess in person." I nodded like that was fine. Bell Street Dental occupied the ground floor of a narrow brick building in Northwest, between a Pilates studio and a stationery shop that sold notebooks no one actually wrote in. I'd picked the clinic because it was walkable from my apartment, and because the reviews made Dr. Elias Vale sound gentle, meticulous, worth the money if you were the sort of person who cared about that. The photos online had shown a bright reception desk, potted snake plants, Scandinavian chairs, framed black, and white prints of bridges and shorelines. Nothing alarming. Nothing that suggested I'd be lying in a room trying to identify an unfamiliar smell while something hard rolled across the floor in the hallway. Mara lowered my chair a little more. "You okay?" "Yeah," I said. "Just not my favorite place." "Mine either, and I work here." That made me laugh, which seemed to please her. She began arranging tools on a tray with little controlled clicks: mirror, explorer, air water syringe, cotton pliers. Each metal note landed cleanly and separately. Her hands were competent. She was the kind of person who probably knew exactly where everything in her apartment lived. From the hallway, a man said, "Mara." She turned her head. "Yep, you seen the blue charts. In sterilization, maybe." A pause. "No, the other blue charts." She closed her eyes for a second, then opened them. "In the front cabinet by reception, top shelf." "Got it." The voice moved away. Mara looked back at me. "That's Owen. We'd all be dead without him, but he hides panic well enough to pass for cheerful." Right on cue, a man in navy scrubs leaned briefly into the doorway, holding a stack of folders. I heard that. This was Owen Pike, maybe 26, male, slim in the loose, jointed way of someone who had grown faster than his coordination. Dark curls, warm brown skin, rectangular glasses that kept sliding down his nose. He had the restless energy of front desk people and stage managers and older brothers in chaotic households, already moving to fix the next thing before the current thing fully broke. He glanced at me and gave a quick, apologetic smile. "Good morning. Sorry if we're being weird." "Are you being weird?" I asked. He considered that. "I think we're still inside normal weird." "Helpful," Mara said. Owen shrugged and vanished again. That should have settled me. Ordinary office disorder. A staff running late. Misplaced folders. The day finding its shape. But when Mara turned to the counter behind me, I saw her look past the open door toward the hall, and something changed in her face so quickly, I almost missed it. Not fear, not exactly. Annoyance, maybe. Or the strained patience of someone covering for a person above them in the hierarchy. Then she shut the treatment room door all the way. Latch clicked softly. The room felt smaller. "Just so we're not listening to the circus," she said. She reclined me and put on gloves. The exam began, cold mirror against gum, the chalky squeak of the probe along enamel, little puffs of air that made my toes curl inside my boots. I stared at the ceiling panel above the light, where the texture looked like frozen static. She counted under her breath, called out numbers, paused at the cracked molar. "There it is," she murmured. It didn't hurt constantly. That had been the problem. If it had hurt all the time, I would have done something sooner. Instead, it only flashed when I drank cold water or bit the wrong way or woke on that side of my face after grinding my teeth in my sleep. I told myself I was busy. I freelance edit marketing copy from home, which means my schedule is both flexible and somehow always full. 2 months pass, and then 4. Rent goes up. You postpone what you can. Mara rinsed and sat me up. "Not as bad as it could be," she said. "You came in before it got ugly." "Story of my life," I said. That got another short laugh. She removed her gloves and tossed them in the bin. Dr. Vale should be in any minute. A gentle knock came at the door, which made no sense because it was closed and this was his office. But Mara said, "Come in," as if she'd been expecting that exact performance. Dr. Elias Vale entered carrying a tablet and a ceramic mug with no logo on it. Mid-40s, male, tall, trim, the kind of handsome that looked better in motion than in photographs. Dark hair going silver at the temples, wire-rimmed glasses, no wedding ring. His scrub jacket was a deeper blue than the others, nearly black, and he smelled faintly of hand soap and good coffee under the clinical sterility of the room. He smiled with practiced warmth, but not fake warmth. There's a difference, and most anxious patients can tell. "Nina, I'm Dr. Vale. Thanks for coming in on a miserable day." His voice was low and even, the kind that made you want to answer calmly. He held out a dry hand, and I shook it. "Wouldn't miss it," I said. "Most people try." He reviewed the X-rays on the tablet, angling it slightly so I could see. "You've got a fracture line here, not catastrophic. We can work with it if the root looks stable." He tapped the image. "Have you been clenching?" I gave him a look. He nodded. "That's a yes. I grind at night. Stress. Is there another reason people do it? Caffeine, medications, temperament, the world." That almost made me smile. He examined the tooth himself, gentle but brisk, his gloved fingers steady against my jaw. Tender, a little, he leaned back. "All right. We're not in emergency territory, which is good news. You likely need a crown. We can schedule that. Depending on how symptomatic it gets, sooner is better than later. While he spoke, there was another sound from somewhere beyond the closed door. Not the scattered clatter from earlier. This time, a dragging, papery scrape. Then a soft thump, like a box being set down. Dr. Vale stopped mid-sentence for the smallest fraction of a second. Mara noticed too. Her eyes flicked toward the door. Then Dr. Vale continued, perfectly smooth. Have you had major dental work before? One root canal. And how dramatic was the experience, on a scale from stoic to memoir-worthy? Humiliatingly memoir-worthy. Useful honesty, he smiled. We're good with nervous patients here. That was when the overhead lights dimmed for half a second and came back. No one said anything. The monitors blinked once. The vent kept breathing. Rain whispered against the upper window. Dr. Vale set the tablet down. Owen's probably overloading some outlet up front with the space heater again. He says the reception desk is Arctic, Mara said. He says many things. He stepped toward the door, opened it, and leaned slightly into the hallway. Owen, from farther back, Owen answered, yeah, everything okay, a beat. Yep. Dr. Vale stood still long enough for it to feel deliberate. Then he closed the door again and turned back to me. Sorry, old building. Is it always this quiet? I asked, surprising myself. Mara and Dr. Vale exchanged a glance that could have meant anything. Usually there's music, Mara said. Our speaker system died yesterday. Tragic, Dr. Vale said, but it was true. The silence in the room was odd now that I'd noticed it. Not silence exactly. Too many little mechanical sounds for that. Yet without music or reception, chatter bleeding through. Every tiny noise separated itself from the rest. The distant gurgle of plumbing in the walls, a cartwheel squeaking somewhere, the tacky pull of gloved fingers when Mara snapped on a new pair to show me how the temporary filling material might feel if they needed to do a quick patch. It made the office seem less like a polished business and more like a set of connected chambers where private things happened behind closed doors. Dr. Vale asked about pain level, insurance timing, whether I'd had issues with numbing before. All reasonable questions. He listened to the answers. He never rushed me. Objectively, he was the sort of dentist people hope for. And still, I kept thinking about that first strange sound in the hallway. At some point, Owen knocked and opened the door halfway. Sorry, Mara, can I borrow you for 1 sec? His voice was pitched lightly, but his face had gone careful. Mara looked at Dr. Vale. He nodded once. She slipped out, pulling the door nearly shut behind her. Not all the way. A narrow gap remained. Through it, I could hear pieces of the conversation in the hall, blurred by distance and lowered voices. Not in there, I already checked. Then whose? A sharper whisper from Mara. Not now. I looked at Dr. Vale. He was entering notes into the tablet. Everything okay? I asked. He looked up immediately, smile in place. Administrative nonsense. You'd be amazed how much dentistry is paperwork and people misplacing things. Blue charts. He actually laughed at that. Exactly. The laugh helped. So did the fact that he didn't over-explain. People who are lying often get chatty. He didn't. He just seemed tired. Maybe that was all it was. A small office, a rainy morning, employees dealing with something annoying and mundane that had nothing to do with me. Mara returned a minute later with an expression polished back to neutral. Owen stayed in the hall, visible only as a shifting shadow through the narrow glass strip beside the door. We can book Nina for Tuesday if that works, Mara said. Dr. Vale checked the tablet. Morning, 11:30. I opened my mouth to answer, then stopped, because a new sound threaded through the room from somewhere deeper in the office. A phone, maybe. Or not exactly a phone. A thin electronic chime repeating at regular intervals. 3 notes. Pause. 3 notes again. Too soft to be an alarm meant for patients to hear. Everyone heard it. Owen appeared fully in the doorway this time. Dr. Vale set the tablet down very carefully. For the first time since he'd entered the room, the warmth left his face. Not panic, just a withdrawal, like a curtain being pulled across a window. Mara, he said, would you finish with Miss Hartwell for me? Sure. I'll be right back. He left with Owen without another word. Mara busied herself at the computer, clicked through scheduling screens a little too hard. I sat upright in the chair, bib still clipped on, feeling absurd and overaware. The chime stopped, then nothing. After maybe 20 seconds, voices started up from the back again, low, urgent, impossible to make out. Not arguing, not exactly, but close to that edge. Mara kept her eyes on the monitor. Tuesday at 11:30 is open. Great, I said, though I barely heard myself. She typed my appointment in. Do you need a printed estimate? Maybe. Okay. Neither of us moved. Finally, I said, can I ask a weird question? She glanced over. Those are the only kind we get here. That sound earlier, in the hallway. Did something break? Her face did that quick shutting down thing people do before they decide how much truth to offer. Storage box tipped over, she said. Old models and teaching stuff. Models, dental molds, sample casts. Things patients don't want back, but we're supposed to keep for a while. That explanation was sensible. Almost too sensible. It arrived whole without searching. Prepared, I nodded anyway. Mara unfastened my bib. The paper crackled loudly in the small room. Look, Dr. Vale is excellent. I know dental offices can feel strange. Strange is fine, I said. It's being surprised while someone has tools in my mouth that I don't love. That softened her expression. Fair. She handed me a small paper cup for a rinse. The water tasted metallic from the line. When I spit into the sink, I caught my own face in the mirror opposite, gray daylight flattening my skin, hair damp at the temples from the walk over, eyes more alert than I wanted them to be. I stood, shrugged back into my coat, picked up my bag. At the front desk, the office looked as normal as it had online. White countertop, plant in the corner, diffuser releasing something citrusy, a framed print of the St. John's Bridge in fog. Owen was at the computer now, typing too fast. He looked up and smiled on instinct, then had to remember the expression with effort. Sorry again about the chaos, he said. You're all set for Tuesday. Behind him, a hallway led toward sterilization, supply storage, and whatever else patients didn't see. A door at the far end stood slightly ajar. From where I was, I could make out only darkness and the edge of stacked boxes. Dr. Vale emerged from that corridor as if he'd heard his name in his own head. His scrub sleeve was damp near the cuff, as though he'd just washed his hands in a hurry. He saw me standing there and recovered instantly. Nina, he said. Before you go, he stopped, looked at Owen, looked back at me. There was nothing overtly alarming in his expression, just concentration, calculation. We may have an opening later today, he said. If your schedule is flexible, I could take a more detailed look and possibly place a temporary protective restoration now instead of waiting until next week. It would save you a trip if that tooth worsens over the weekend. Mara, behind the counter sorting forms, went still. Rain slid down the front window in wavering lines. Out on Bell Street, a bus exhaled at the curb. Somewhere in the back of the office, a door clicked shut. I should have said no immediately. I had work due. I had not planned to spend the day at the dentist. More than that, something in the office had shifted just enough to make my skin tighten under my coat. Not danger, exactly. Just the sense that I had walked into the edge of a conversation already in progress. But the cracked molar throbbed faintly when I swallowed, reminding me of why I'd come. Dr. Vale waited, patient as ever. If I did stay, I said, how long? 40 minutes. An hour, if we proceed slowly. He said it gently, giving me room to refuse. And there it was, a completely ordinary choice, offered in a completely ordinary voice, on a completely ordinary rainy morning that no longer felt ordinary at all. Stay, and let the day bend around whatever was happening behind those closed doors. Or leave, keep Tuesday, and spend the weekend wondering what exactly I had almost stepped into. I told him I could stay. Even as the words left my mouth, a small, stubborn part of my brain tried to pull them back. But it was too late. Dr. Vale nodded once, like the decision had simply confirmed something he had already calculated. Good, he said. Let's get you comfortable again. Behind the reception desk, Mara's fingers paused over the keyboard for half a second before she resumed typing. Owen looked at the hallway again, then back at me, like he was checking whether I understood something I didn't yet know. Just the temporary protection, Dr. Vale added lightly. Nothing invasive today. Great, I said, because the polite thing to do was agree with the person holding the drill. The treatment room felt different the second time. Nothing obvious had changed. Same chair, same humming lights, same faint citrus cleaner floating under the sharper smell of antiseptic. But the air carried a low electrical buzz of tension now, like when a group of people tries very hard to act normal around a problem they haven't named yet. Dr. Vale washed his hands at the small sink. Water ran hard for several seconds. Mara prepared the tray beside me, laying out instruments with a precision that bordered on mechanical. Mirror, explorer, a small syringe, composite material, cotton rolls. Normally, those sounds blended together. Today, each one landed distinctly in the quiet. Click, clink, plastic tearing open. Have you had local anesthetic recently? Dr. Vale asked, drying his hands. No, any reactions before? Just the usual numb face, existential regret. That got a faint smile. Reasonable side effects. He leaned the chair back again. My pulse sped up automatically. It always did when the light swung down over my face. You're doing fine, Mara said quietly, noticing. I know, I said, which was technically true. But something about being horizontal, while the rest of the office moved around above me, made the earlier unease come back stronger. I could hear voices again through the wall now. Owen's voice low. Another voice answering him that might have been Mara earlier, or maybe Dr. Vale. No, Dr. Vale was here, which meant someone else had been in the hallway earlier. The thought slipped into my head and stayed there. Open for me, Dr. Vale said. I did. He examined the cracked molar again, gently pressing along the enamel. Still manageable, he murmured. Then he paused, just long enough for me to notice. Problem? I asked around the dental mirror. No, he said quickly. Just confirming the fracture line. He removed the mirror and looked at Mara. Cotton. She handed it to him immediately. They had the silent choreography of people who had worked together a long time. Yet there was something new beneath it, a quiet stiffness. Mara kept glancing toward the door. Dr. Vale injected the anesthetic. The pinch was brief, the pressure spreading slowly into my jaw. While we waited for the numbness to take hold, he pulled his stool closer. You mentioned grinding, he said. Yeah, stress, freelance deadlines, I said. Rent, those will do it. The conversation was ordinary, almost aggressively ordinary. But the silence outside the room kept thickening. The usual office noises, printers, phones, footsteps, had vanished again. Then the 3-note chime returned. Soft, electronic, 3 tones. Pause, 3 tones again. Dr. Vale froze mid-sentence. Mara looked at him. Neither of them spoke. The chime repeated. Finally, Owen's voice called down the hallway. Doctor. Dr. Vale exhaled through his nose. Excuse me one moment. He stood and opened the door. Owen was standing just outside, holding something small in his hand. From my angle, I could only see a corner of it, a thin black device about the size of a pager. What is it? Dr. Vale asked quietly. It started again, Owen said. Did you move it? No. Is it? Owen noticed me watching. He lowered his voice immediately. I think you should see. Dr. Vale nodded. Mara, he said, stay with Nina. Then he followed Owen down the hallway. The door remained half open. Mara didn't move for a few seconds. Then she walked over and closed it carefully. The latch clicked. She turned back toward me and forced a smile. Sorry about the interruptions. What was that beeping? I asked. She hesitated. Inventory scanner, she said. For what? Dental supplies. That sounded like a smoke detector. She didn't answer. Instead, she checked the anesthetic. Feeling numb, I moved my jaw. Half my lower lip had already disappeared. Yep, good. But she still hadn't returned to the tray. She was listening. We both were. The office had gone silent again. Too silent. Even the rain outside seemed to have faded. Then a crash, not the earlier scatter. This one was heavy. A box tipping, something ceramic breaking, and immediately afterward, Owen shouting. Don't, the rest of the sentence cut off. Mara swore under her breath. She grabbed the door handle and opened it. Stay here, she said. Then she stepped into the hallway. For 3 seconds, I did exactly that. Then the rest of my brain caught up with the situation. I was numb, alone, in a dental chair, while something loud enough to make staff shout had just happened in the back of the office. The door was still open. I sat up slowly. My legs felt oddly light from the adrenaline. The hallway smelled stronger now, that same damp cardboard scent, but thicker, mixed with something metallic. Blood, maybe, or just disinfectant. I stepped out. The reception area was empty. Down the hallway, voices overlapped in urgent bursts. Owen again. It's broken, Mara. Why is that here, Dr. Vale? Don't touch anything yet. I moved closer. The hallway ended in a small supply room. The door stood open. Inside, 3 large plastic storage bins sat on the floor. One had tipped sideways. The lid had popped off. Its contents had spilled across the tile. From where I stood, the shapes looked like small white stones scattered everywhere. Then my brain adjusted. They weren't stones. They were teeth. Hundreds of them, different shapes, different sizes, molars, incisors, canines. Some clean and white, others yellowed. A few with dark fillings still embedded. They had rolled across the tile in uneven arcs. One had landed against Owen's shoe. No one spoke for several seconds. Mara noticed me first. "Nina," she said sharply, "you shouldn't be back here." My numb mouth made my voice sound strange. "Those are teeth." "Yes," Owen said. "Dental models," Mara added quickly. But the lie landed badly this time. Dental models are usually mounted in plaster casts. These were loose teeth, and there were far too many. Dr. Vale stood very still beside the overturned bin. He didn't look embarrassed. He looked tired. "Those," he said quietly, "are extracted teeth retained for educational and lab purposes." "Why are they in storage bins?" I asked. Owen looked at Mara. Mara looked at Dr. Vale. The three of them had a silent conversation I wasn't part of. Then Owen said something that shifted everything. "That's not the problem." He pointed at the far corner of the room. A second bin sat there, closed, black plastic. A thin electronic device sat on top of the lid, the one that had been chiming. The lid itself had cracked open slightly from the earlier crash, just enough to show the edge of what was inside. Not loose teeth, plaster casts, rows of them, upper and lower jaw molds, dozens, maybe hundreds, each with real teeth embedded in the plaster, some labeled with dates, some not. "Those aren't supposed to be here," Owen said. Mara whispered, "Elia's." Dr. Vale rubbed the bridge of his nose. "Someone moved them." "Who?" Owen asked. No one answered. The hallway lights flickered once. The building hummed quietly around us. And that was when the real problem revealed itself. The electronic device on the lid chimed again. 3 tones. Pause. 3 tones. Owen picked it up and turned the screen toward us. A small digital display blinked red. "Temp warning, biostorage breach." I frowned. "Biostorage," Owen swallowed. "These molds, they're not just models." "What do you mean?" I asked. Dr. Vale finally looked directly at me. "They contain biological material," he said. My numb lip twitched. "Like what?" "Teeth," he said. I stared at the room again. Hundreds of teeth scattered across the floor. Rows of plaster molds embedded with more. Boxes labeled with faded patient codes. The metallic smell grew stronger. "Those were scheduled for transfer," Owen said quietly. "To where?" I asked. No one answered immediately. Then the device chimed again. The red warning text blinked faster. And Owen said the thing that turned the situation from strange to urgent. "The temperature sensor is tripped." Mara frowned. So the storage seal is broken," Owen said. "And if the lab logs show contamination," he stopped. I waited. "What happens?" I asked. Dr. Vale spoke carefully. "The health department investigates." "That sounds normal." "For a few teeth," Owen said. He gestured toward the room. "Not for this many." The silence that followed felt heavy. The building creaked softly. Rain started up again outside. Finally, Mara said what everyone else was thinking. "We have to move them." Dr. Vale shook his head immediately. "No, they can't stay like this. If we move them now," he said quietly, "and someone audits the chain of custody logs," he didn't finish. Owen stared at the red screen. "It's already recording the breach." "Then shut it off," Mara said. "That log's tampering." The device chimed again. Red light blinking. The warning timer counting down. And suddenly, I understood the real conflict. This wasn't just a messy storage room. It was evidence, records, something that could bring inspectors, questions, investigations. Dr. Vale looked from the bins to the spilled teeth to the open hallway, then to me, the patient who had accidentally walked into the middle of it. And before anyone could decide what to do, the front door of the clinic opened. A bell chimed. Someone stepped inside. Owen's face drained of color. That's the courier, he whispered. Dr. Vale turned toward the reception desk. Already, they're early. The electronic device beeped again. Red warning flashing. The storage breach timer dropping. And now the problem had a clock. The courier rang the front bell again. A small, polite sound. The kind meant for normal businesses where normal deliveries happen every day. In the narrow hallway behind the reception desk, no one moved. The temperature monitor on the storage bin chimed again. 3 notes. Pause. 3 notes. Its red warning light blinking against the dull plastic lid. Owen whispered, "He's going to walk back here if nobody answers." "Then answer," Mara said. "You answer." "I'm not front desk." Both of them looked at Dr. Vale. He stood in the supply room doorway, staring at the spilled teeth on the tile like someone trying to calculate the shape of a problem that had already escaped its boundaries. Another chime from the monitor. The display ticked down. Breach timer, 09:14. I was still standing halfway down the hall, my jaw numb, and my brain catching up with the reality that I had accidentally wandered into what looked very much like evidence of something that shouldn't exist in a small Portland dental clinic. "Doctor," Owen said quietly. Dr. Vale blinked. "Yes, right." He straightened, adjusting his scrub sleeve. "Owen, greet the courier." "Normal delivery protocol." "Normal," Owen repeated. "Yes." Owen nodded once and hurried down the hallway toward reception. The front bell jingled again as he opened the door. From where we stood, the reception desk was just visible past the corner white counter, potted plant, the glass front door fogged with rain. A man's voice drifted in. "Morning, lab pickup." "Yep," Owen said, sounding almost convincing. "You're a little early today." Traffic cleared. Mara crouched beside the tipped bin. "Elias," she said under her breath. Dr. Vale stepped inside the storage room. I followed before anyone told me not to. The room was small, 8 feet by 10 at most. 2 metal shelving racks lined the left wall. Cardboard boxes labeled sterile packs and impressions were stacked unevenly. A mop bucket leaned in the corner. The 2 large plastic bins sat in the center of the floor, one open and spilled, one cracked. Hundreds of teeth scattered across gray tile like dropped dice. Up close, they looked worse. Some still carried traces of blood in the root grooves. A few had bits of gum tissue dried dark along the base. Not fresh, but not fully cleaned either. I forced myself not to think about where each one had come from. Mara began gathering them. "Help me," she said. "Neither of us used gloves. That detail would bother me later." Dr. Vale crouched beside the second bin and examined the cracked lid. "The seal's broken," he said quietly. "How bad?" Mara asked. "Bad enough the monitor noticed." The device chimed again. "Breach timer, 08:31. What happens when it hits 0? I asked. Owen's voice floated down the hallway again. "Need a signature for last week's invoice too." Dr. Vale didn't answer immediately. Then he said, "It transmits." "To who?" "The lab, possibly regulators." "Possibly regulators." The phrase hung in the air like a slow leak. Mara dropped another handful of teeth into the bin. "How many are there?" I asked. "Don't count," she said quickly. But I was already doing it instinctively. There were far more than a single clinic would extract in a few months, even a year. "Doctor," I said carefully, "why are there this many?" Dr. Vale didn't look up. "They're retained specimens." "For what?" "Research partnerships." "What kind of research?" Before he could answer, Owen's voice called from the reception area. "Doctor, he needs the manifests." Dr. Vale stood. 2 minutes. He left the room. Mara kept collecting teeth. Her hands moved quickly now, dropping them into the bin with quiet porcelain clicks. "You shouldn't be involved in this," she said. "I'm already involved. Not like this." "Then explain it." She hesitated. The hallway voices grew louder. Owen again. "Lab transfer schedule, courier. Just need the sealed containers, sealed containers." Mara exhaled slowly. "Those molds," she said finally, nodding toward the cracked bin, "are orthodontic study casts, with real teeth in them." "Yes. That's not normal. It's not illegal either." Her tone suggested the difference mattered a lot. "Then why hide them?" She stopped moving. The silence stretched. Finally, she said, "Because there are too many." A sharp crash came from reception. I flinched. Mara shot to her feet. What was that? Footsteps hurried down the hall. Owen appeared in the doorway, breathing hard. "He wants to inspect the containers." "Now," Mara said. "Yes." The breach monitor chimed again. Breach timer 0712. Dr. Vale appeared behind him. His comm had cracked. "We need them sealed," he said. "They're not sealed," Mara replied. "Then reseal them." "With what?" "Anything." She looked at the cracked lid. "That won't hold." The courier's voice echoed from the lobby. "Hello," closer now. He was stepping around the reception desk. "Back here," Owen called quickly. Dr. Vale turned to Mara. "Attempt 1, he said quietly. "What?" "We close the lid, move the bin, and load it before the timer expires." "And the spilled teeth, secondary issue." I stared at him. Secondary issue. The courier's footsteps approached the hallway. Mara snapped the cracked lid down. It fit badly. She wrapped packing tape around it from a supply drawer. The plastic creaked. Dr. Vale lifted one side of the bin. "Help." Owen grabbed the other side. The container was heavier than it looked. They shuffled toward the hallway. Teeth still crunched under their shoes. I stayed in the storage room, watching the breach monitor. Breach timer 0628. The men reached the hallway. The courier rounded the corner. He was in his 30s, rain jacket, clipboard. He stopped, looked at the bin, looked at the spilled teeth behind them. His eyebrows lifted. Owen smiled too quickly. Dropped a training model. The courier stepped closer. "Those don't look like models." Dr. Vale spoke calmly. "Dental specimens. Loose like that. They were being catalogued." Rear stared at the floor again. A long second passed. Then he shrugged. "Whatever, I just need the containers." Attempt 1 succeeded, sort of. The men carried the cracked bin past reception toward the glass door. Rain streaked the sidewalk outside. The courier opened the back of his van. They slid the bin inside. I thought it might actually work. Then the breach monitor screamed. Not 3 notes. A solid alarm. The timer had hit 0. The red light flashed violently. The courier turned around. "What's that?" Owen froze. Dr. Vale closed the van door slowly. "Equipment alert," he said, but the device continued screaming from the hallway floor. The courier stepped inside the clinic again. He followed the sound, straight toward the storage room. "Attempt 2, stop him," Mara whispered. "How?" Owen said, but the courier was already walking. I saw it in his face when he reached the doorway. The look people get when curiosity outruns professionalism. He stepped into the room, saw the scattered teeth, saw the empty bin, saw the breach monitor flashing red. "What the hell is this?" No one answered. He crouched, picked up one of the teeth, turned it under the fluorescent light. "This is real." Dr. Vale stepped forward. "Yes, you guys storing bio waste. They're dental extractions." "Then why's there a contamination alarm?" "Good question." The courier straightened slowly. "I'm supposed to log this," he said. Mara's voice tightened. "That's It's not necessary. He held up his phone. It's procedure. Attempt 2. Dr. Vale changed tactics. Wait, he said. The courier paused. You're correct, Dr. Vale continued calmly. The alarm triggered because the temperature monitor malfunctioned. The courier frowned. Malfunction? Yes, Dr. Vale gestured toward the shelves. Older equipment. We were about to discard it. The courier studied the room again. He didn't look convinced. Then something banged loudly above us. All 4 of us jumped. A heavy thud. Then another, scraping across the ceiling. The courier stepped back. What was that? My heart slammed into my ribs. The sound moved across the ceiling again, dragging, heavy, alive. For one terrible second, it sounded exactly like someone crawling above the storage room. No one spoke. Then a loud crash, directly above the hallway. The courier backed toward the door. What the hell is up there? Dr. Vale exhaled slowly. Rats. What? Old building, he said. The attic space connects across units. Mara nodded quickly. That's been happening all week. The courier looked unconvinced, but the scraping stopped. Silence returned. The terrifying moment passed. Just rats. Realistic, explainable. But it had done something else. It had distracted everyone long enough for Owen to quietly slide the breach monitor into a drawer. When the courier looked back, the red alarm was gone. See, Owen said, broken. The courier stared another few seconds, then shrugged again. Not my problem. Attempt 2 succeeded. Sort of. The trap tightened anyway, because the courier looked down at the floor again. At the hundreds of teeth. Then at me. Patient, he asked. I nodded. He frowned. You probably shouldn't be standing in here. No kidding, Mara muttered. The courier checked his watch. All right, I've got the container. I'm leaving. He walked out. The front door closed. The van engine started outside. Everyone exhaled. But relief lasted exactly 3 seconds. Then Owen opened the drawer. The breach monitor screen blinked again. Red this time. Blue. A new message appeared. Data transmitted, Mara whispered. No. Dr. Vale went very still. To who? I asked. Owen swallowed. The lab server, which means, I said. Dr. Vale answered quietly. They know the seal was broken. The room shrank around us. The clinic suddenly felt like a map closing inward. Front door, reception, hallway, storage room. Nowhere left to move. Then the phone rang at the reception desk. Once. Twice. Owen didn't pick it up. It rang again. Dr. Vale looked at the others. Answer it. Owen walked slowly to reception. Picked up. Bell Street Dental. Pause. His face drained of color. Hello, yes, this is Owen. Longer pause. Yes, another pause. Then he covered the receiver and looked back down the hallway. They're sending an inspector. When? Mara asked. Owen uncovered the phone again. Listened. Then whispered the words that turned the entire situation irreversible. 40 minutes. Point of no return. The clinic fell silent. 40 minutes. Not tomorrow. Not next week. Today. Mara looked at the spilled teeth. At the empty bin now gone in the courier van. At the cracked mold still sitting in the room. She whispered, We can't explain this. Dr. Vale said nothing. I realized something slowly. Something worse than the inspector. You said the courier took the container. Yes, Owen said, and the alarm logged a breach. Yes, and the lab now knows. Yes, I looked at Dr. Vale. You can't get it back. He shook his head. The bin was already driving away through Portland traffic, carrying evidence, with a contamination alert attached to it, and an inspector arriving in 40 minutes. Retreat was no longer possible. The phone call ended with Owen still holding the receiver to his ear, long after the line had gone quiet. 40 minutes. He set the phone down slowly, like the plastic might break if he moved too fast. In the back hallway, the breech monitor glowed blue from inside the drawer. Data transmitted. No alarm now. Just a quiet confirmation that whatever the clinic had tried to hide had already left the building, digitally and physically. Rain hammered harder against the front window. Dr. Vale stood at the end of the hallway, one hand resting against the wall, as if he needed something solid to lean on. No one spoke for several seconds. Finally, Mara said, "We clean." Owen looked at her. "That won't fix the logs." "No," she said, "but it fixes the floor." She stepped into the storage room again and kicked the door wider open. The room still looked like a nightmare version of a dentist's supply closet. Teeth everywhere, some under the shelving racks, some in the grout lines of the tile. One had rolled all the way to the mop bucket. The second bin, the one with the plaster molds, sat cracked and crooked where they had left it. Mara grabbed a pair of nitrile gloves from a nearby box and snapped them on. "Gloves," she said. Owen obeyed automatically. I stood in the doorway for a moment, my jaw still numb, my mind catching up to the fact that I had now committed to helping conceal something I barely understood. "Are you staying?" Mara asked. I hesitated. Then I nodded. Yeah, because leaving now meant explaining to an inspector why I'd been standing in a room full of teeth. And because something about Dr. Vale's face made it clear he wasn't going to run. He looked like someone who had already decided how this would end. The cleanup, the geography of the clinic, suddenly mattered. Front door, reception desk, hallway, storage room. Everything had to happen within that narrow strip of space. Mara worked fast. She knelt on the tile and began scooping teeth into the open bin with both hands. Porcelain clicks filled the room. Owen grabbed a dustpan. "Use this," he said. They moved methodically now, but the pressure of the clock sat in every movement. Dr. Vale still hadn't moved. He was staring at the second bin, the one filled with plaster molds. Each mold contained teeth embedded in white plaster jaws, each labeled in black marker, dates, patient codes. Years. I noticed something then. Some of the dates went back decades. "Doctor," I said. He didn't respond. "Dr. Vale." He looked up slowly. "Yes, these are old, yes." "How old?" "Some 30 years. "You've kept them that long?" He rubbed his eyes. "They're specimens." "For what?" Before he could answer, Owen said, 10 minutes gone." Everyone moved faster. The room filled with the sound of teeth sliding into plastic. Mara's breathing grew heavier. Owen kept glancing toward the hallway. Dr. Vale finally crouched beside the second bin. He lifted one of the plaster molds. It showed a full upper jaw, perfect teeth, root tips visible where the extraction had occurred, a date on the side, 1998. He turned it in his hand. "Doctor," Mara said sharply. "Focus." He blinked again. He stood and carried the mold toward the sink in the sterilization alcove just outside the storage room. "What are you doing?" Owen asked. Dr. Vale turned on the faucet. Water blasted into the basin. "We can't keep them here." "You can't destroy evidence either," Owen said. "Evidence of what?" Dr. Vale asked. No one answered, because that was the real question. The truth. Finally, Mara straightened from the floor. Her gloves were smeared gray with dust and enamel powder. "Nina," she said. "Yes." "You wanted to know why there were so many?" "Yeah." She looked at Dr. Vale. He gave a small nod, permission. Mara wiped sweat from her forehead with the back of her wrist. "Orthodontic research," she said, meaning human bite alignment. That still doesn't explain hundreds of teeth. It explains thousands. The word hung in the air. Thousands. Owen stopped scooping. Dr. Vale spoke quietly. For 20 years, he said, I collected extracted teeth from practices across Oregon and Washington. Collected, I repeated, with patient consent. Did they know how many? Not exactly, Mara added. Dental schools pay for large data sets of real teeth, wear patterns, genetic enamel variation, bite reconstruction. I looked around the room again. But why hide it? Because the volume became problematic, Dr. Vale said. How many are there? He didn't answer. Owen did. Over 12,000. The number made the room tilt slightly. And the lab, I asked. Private orthodontic research, Dr. Vale said. They store them. Yes. Then why were they here? Owen rubbed his face. Because the lab lost storage funding last month. The pieces clicked together. They sent them back. Yes, all of them. Yes. The breech monitor drawer blinked faintly. 40 minutes. Now maybe 25. Doctor, Mara said, we don't have time for confession. She pointed at the plaster molds. Those are worse than the loose teeth. Dr. Vale looked down at them. Hundreds of casts, each one holding teeth embedded in plaster. Proof of decades of collecting. We break them, Mara said. Owen stared at her. You're serious? If the inspector sees those, we're finished, Owen said. Dr. Vale looked like he had aged 10 years in the last hour. He nodded. Do it. Destruction. Mara lifted the first mold. She slammed it against the sink. The plaster cracked instantly. Teeth popped free. One bounced across the tile. Another fell into the basin. The sound was violent, sharp, wrong. They began working in a rhythm. Lift, smash, collect. The molds shattered quickly, but there were so many. Plaster dust coated the air. My throat burned from breathing it. Dr. Vale worked beside Mara now. Sweat soaked through his scrub collar. His hands shook. Owen kept watch at the hallway entrance. 20 minutes, he said. The clinic lights flickered. The old building groaned as the rain intensified. Somewhere above us, the rats scurried again across the attic boards. For a moment, the noise sounded like footsteps. My heart jumped. Then the scraping moved along the ceiling beam and vanished. Just rats. Still just rats. The moment passed. We kept smashing. Teeth rained into the bin. The floor grew slick with plaster slurry. My numb lip tingled as the anesthetic began wearing off. Pain crept slowly back into my molar. I barely noticed. Then the front bell rang. All four of us froze. Owen checked the clock. Too early. The bell rang again. A heavy knock followed. The inspector. 15 minutes early. Mara whispered, "We're not ready." Dr. Vale wiped plaster dust from his glasses. Owen stepped toward reception. "Stall," Mara said. He nodded and walked away. The knock came again. Louder. Owen opened the door. A woman's voice drifted down the hallway. "Health department." Owen forced a laugh. "Sorry, one moment." Mara grabbed another mold. Faster. We worked frantically now. Smash, crack, collect. Dr. Vale slipped on the wet tile. He slammed into the counter. The back of his hand hit the metal sink. "Hard," he gasped. Blood ran instantly from a split across his knuckles. "Doctor, I'm fine," he said through clenched teeth. But he wrapped the wound in gauze without stopping. The cost had arrived. Outside, the inspector's voice grew sharper. "Sir, we need to enter." "Just a minute," Owen called. 10 minutes left. We smashed the final mold. The last of the plaster fell apart in Dr. Vale's hands. The room fell quiet. Hundreds more teeth now filled the bin. Loose, anonymous, Untraceable. Mara wiped her face. That's all of them. Dr. Vale stared at the bin, then at the blood soaking through the gauze around his hand. Seal it, he said. Owen returned from the lobby. She's not leaving. Good, Dr. Vale said. He snapped the lid onto the bin. This one's sealed cleanly. No breach. No monitor, just plastic. He lifted it. His injured hand trembled under the weight. Where are you taking it? Owen asked. Dr. Vale walked down the hallway, past reception, toward the back exit that led to the alley. Doctor, Mara said. He stopped. I started this collection, he said quietly. I'll finish it. He opened the back door. Rain roared in. The alley smelled like wet concrete and garbage. He stepped outside. The door shut behind him. For 30 seconds, no one moved. Then Owen whispered, Where's he going? I already knew. So did Mara. River, she said. The confrontation, the inspector entered the clinic exactly 1 minute later. She was in her 50s, hair pulled tight, raincoat dripping onto the tile. Health department, she repeated. Mara stepped forward. Good morning. The inspector's eyes moved immediately past her, down the hallway, toward the storage room. Biostorage alert came from this location, she said. Yes, Owen said quickly. Equipment malfunction. She didn't look convinced. Show me. We walked her down the hallway. My heart hammered so loudly I thought she might hear it. The storage room door opened. The room was empty. No molds, no scattered teeth, just shelves, a mop bucket, plaster dust on the sink. The inspector frowned. Where are the specimens? Mara answered smoothly. Already transferred. To where? Courier pickup. Time. Owen checked the computer. 40 minutes ago. The inspector wrote something down, and she noticed the plaster dust. Why is the sink damaged? Dr. Vale's blood still smeared faintly along the metal edge. Mara said calmly, dropped a training cast. The inspector studied the room again, then the hallway, then us. Her eyes stopped on me. You're a patient. Yes, procedure, temporary crown prep. She nodded slowly. The silence stretched. Then she closed her notebook. I'll need the transfer documentation. Owen nodded. Of course. The inspector stepped back toward reception. The immediate danger passed. But no one felt relief, because Dr. Vale still hadn't returned, and the river was only 4 blocks away. The inspector spent 42 minutes inside Bell Street Dental. I know the exact number because Owen kept glancing at the clock behind the reception desk every 30 seconds, like he could slow time down if he watched it closely enough. Outside, the rain eased into a steady drizzle. Portland traffic crept past the window. People walked dogs. Someone across the street opened the stationery shop and propped the door with a wooden wedge. Normal life resumed. Inside the clinic, everything smelled faintly of wet plaster and disinfectant. The storage room door remained open. Empty, shelves, mop bucket, sink with a shallow dent along the rim where Dr. Vale had slammed his hand. Mara had wiped most of the blood away, but a faint rust-colored smear still lived in the crease of the metal. The inspector noticed it once. Work accident, she asked. Dropped a dental model, Mara said. The inspector wrote something down. She didn't push further. Paperwork. The inspection stayed mostly in the reception area. Owen printed transfer manifests from the computer system, lab shipment codes, patient consent references, dates. The paperwork existed because the research had been real. That was the strange thing about it. Beneath all the secrecy, there had been legitimate work once. The problem wasn't the teeth. It was the number, and the fact that they had ended up back here. The inspector read everything slowly. Her pen tapped occasionally against the clipboard. No one spoke unless she asked something. Courier pickup time. 8:52 a.m. Destination. Pacific Orthodontic Research Lab. She nodded. Then she flipped through another page. The alert indicates a temporary storage breach. Yes, Owen said. The sensor malfunctioned. Has it been replaced? Scheduled. Another note in the notebook. The inspector eventually walked down the hallway again. We followed. She stepped into the storage room, looked around, looked at the sink, looked at the shelves. Then she crouched near the tile floor. My heart climbed into my throat. There was still plaster dust in the grout lines, tiny white grains. She rubbed a bit between her fingers. Dental stone, Mara nodded calmly. Training casts. The inspector stood. She didn't ask another question. Instead, she closed the notebook. I'll file the report, she said. What happens next? Owen asked. If the lab confirms the shipment was intact, nothing. The word felt fragile. The inspector walked to the door. Then she paused, turned back once. You might want to replace that storage monitor, she said. Already ordered, Owen replied. She nodded. Then she stepped outside into the drizzle. The glass door closed. The bell chimed. And just like that, the storm had passed. The silence after no one moved. The clinic felt hollow now, like a stage after the actors have left. Finally, Mara sat down in one of the waiting chairs. Her shoulders slumped. Owen leaned against the reception counter and covered his face with both hands. The adrenaline was gone. What remained was exhaustion and something heavier. I realized I was still holding my jaw carefully because the anesthetic had fully worn off. The cracked molar throbbed now. A dull, steady ache. It felt almost ridiculous after everything else. No one mentioned Dr. Vale. Not for several minutes. Then Owen looked toward the hallway. He should have been back by now. Mara nodded slowly. Yeah, 4 blocks to the river, 4 blocks back, 10 minutes maybe, 20 if you walked slowly. But it had been nearly an hour. Should we call him? Owen asked. Mara shook her head. He'll come. She sounded like she wanted to believe it, but something in her eyes said she didn't. The return he came back 90 minutes later, not through the alley, through the front door. The bell chimed softly. Dr. Elias Vale looked like he had aged 5 years. His scrub jacket was soaked with rain. His hair clung flat against his temples. The gauze around his hand had turned dark red. He stepped inside and closed the door behind him. Everyone watched him. No one spoke. Finally, Owen said, Did you? Dr. Vale nodded once. Yes, the bin was gone. The thousands of loose teeth that had filled it were gone too. River? Mara asked. Yes. He walked to the sink, unwrapped the gauze. The cut across his knuckles was deeper than I expected, still bleeding slowly. Sit, Mara said. He didn't argue. She cleaned the wound with saline and wrapped it properly this time. Probably needs stitches, she said. It'll close. Maybe. They worked quietly. The clinic felt smaller now, more ordinary, but also permanently changed. Like a house after a fire has been put out. The structure stands, but the smoke smell never quite leaves. My tooth, eventually everyone remembered why I had been there in the first place. You still need that crown, Mara said. The sentence sounded almost absurd. I laughed. It came out shaky. Yeah, I said. Dr. Vale looked up from the sink. For a moment, he seemed embarrassed. Miss Hartwell, he said. Nina, I owe you an apology. For what? For involving you in something you never should have seen. You didn't exactly invite me. That's not the point. He dried his hands carefully. If you'd prefer to see another dentist, I might. I said honestly. He nodded. That would be reasonable. But I didn't leave right away. I sat in the waiting chair while they finished closing the clinic early. No more patients that day. No more procedures. Just quiet cleaning. Mara mopped the storage room. Owen replaced the breech monitor with a blank cardboard box so the inspector's report wouldn't trigger another alert. Dr. Vale typed something long into the computer, probably the incident log or a resignation. I didn't ask. When everything was done, he printed something and handed it to me, an appointment card for next week. Your crown, he said. I studied it. Part of me wanted to walk away and never come back, but another part knew something strange. I trusted him, not because he had hidden the truth, because he hadn't run. He had stayed, and when the moment came, he had taken the weight of it out into the rain himself. I'll think about it, I said. That's fair. Evening, I walked home through the damp streets of northwest Portland. The rain had stopped completely. Clouds broke open in thin strips of pale afternoon light. People moved normally. Coffee shops filled with quiet conversations. The world hadn't noticed anything unusual had happened 4 blocks away. My jaw hurt. I bought ibuprofen at a pharmacy. When I got back to my apartment, I rinsed my mouth and stared at the cracked molar in the bathroom mirror. A thin, dark fracture line ran down the enamel. It looked harmless, like something that could wait another week, or maybe longer. I turned on the sink. Water rushed loudly into the basin. For a moment, the sound reminded me of teeth sliding across tile. I shut it off. Weeks later, the inspector never came back, at least not while I was there. Bell Street Dental stayed open. The online reviews continued. Patients came and went. I eventually returned for the crown. 3 weeks later, Dr. Vale worked carefully, quietly. His hand had healed with a faint scar across the knuckles. He didn't mention the river. Neither did I. The procedure went smoothly. No complications, no alarms, just the ordinary rhythm of dentistry. When it was finished, he removed his gloves. You're all set, he said. Thanks, I stood. The room looked exactly like it had the first morning. Same light, same faint citrus smell, same humming vent. Almost ordinary. But as I walked out through reception, something caught my eye. A small cardboard box sat on the counter beside Owen's computer. Unlabeled, half full. Inside it were teeth. Not hundreds, just a handful. 6 or 7 maybe. Clean, white, perfect. Training specimens. Probably normal, probably. I looked at Owen. He noticed. Then he gently slid the box under the counter. Shipping leftovers, he said. I nodded. Right. Outside, the rain started again. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare.